Good morning, y'all. Okay, I'm going to start this recording like thing. It is from therapy. It is not the therapist voice. Um, this is kind of talking about long distance relationships, but this is not just for that. It's for any type of relationship. So we're going to start there and then we'll talk about it. So give me a second. And it's just like an audio recording, so it's not a video. So you will just hear like the voices. Hang on.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're going deep on something I think we've all dealt with at some point, those relationship dynamics that can leave you feeling kind of like well blamed, right?
Yeah.
Or just totally confused or
Definitely.
just not great.
Mm-hmm.
We've got these really fascinating excerpts about long distance relationships.
Yeah, these are great.
And they don't hold back. It gets real about the tough stuff. But
Yeah.
you know what? That's kind of what we're here for, right? This isn't about like pointing fingers or placing blame. It's about figuring out why these patterns happen and how to handle them when they do.
It's really interesting because a lot of these sources not only like describe these problems that we all deal with in relationships, but they actually offer some really good strategies.
I love that.
Yeah.
So we're not just going to leave you hanging. So today's mission is to give the knowledge you need to really understand your relationships, spot those red flags, and most importantly, learn how to handle those really tough situations.
Totally. So it's about, recognizing patterns and understanding the reasons behind them.
Right.
So you can protect yourself.
That's so important. Okay, let's jump right in. Let's talk about blame in relationships.
Right.
So picture this. You're in a long distance relationship, right? And your partner's gone quiet maybe for days or even weeks. And then, bam, they hit you with it.
Yeah.
You're smothering me with all those positive messages, even like the no reply needed ones.
I've heard that one.
Ugh, it's the worst.
It's a classic case of deflection.
Oh, yeah.
And that blame often acts as a defense mechanism.
Oh, interesting.
It's almost like an emotional shield.
Okay.
They're trying to protect themselves somehow.
So it's not really about me?
Often not. It's often a subconscious attempt to avoid facing their own insecurities.
Yeah. Wow.
By making you the problem, they don't have to deal with their own stuff.
I see. I get that blame can stem from a lack of self-awareness or, even past baggage. But that whole power and control aspect, that's kind of scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
And that's why, recognizing it is so important.
Okay, so let's say we're on the receiving end of this blame, and it probably is unfair. What do we do? Like, resist the urge to just go totally defensive.
Yes. Absolutely. Don't react right away.
Okay.
Give it a minute,
Yeah.
Breathe. Let things cool down a bit.
Got it.
And try to really listen to what they're saying.
But I don't have to agree with it, right?
You don't have to agree, but listening carefully, like really trying to understand their perspective, that's how you start to figure out what's going on.
I can see how that's hard when you feel attacked.
It is. It is.
So what, just nod and smile?
No. You validate their feelings without accepting the blame yourself.
So it's like a subtle difference.
It's subtle but powerful. So instead of saying, it's my fault you feel, I can see you're feeling really frustrated.
Okay. I like that. Validating, but not making myself the villain.
Exactly.
Okay, so I've listened, I've validated, but I'm still hurt. Then what?
That's when those I statements come in handy.
Ah, right. The I statements.
You say, I feel hurt when I'm blamed for things I don't think are my fault. It's not attacking. It's just setting a boundary.
Right. Protecting my space.
Exactly.
I can already see how all this applies to any relationship, but long distance just feels like it's all magnified, you know?
Absolutely. Distance can make everything feel more intense,
Right.
It breeds misunderstandings. We rely so much on text and tone. Forget about it. Even the most well-intentioned message can be totally misread.
Oh, totally. Like even those no reply needed texts can backfire.
It's like you can't win.
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're trying to be considerate, and somehow it just gets twisted into this whole other reason to be blamed.
It's so frustrating.
If you're listening and you've been there, you're not alone.
Right.
It's rough.
Yeah, that feeling of being trapped in a lose-lose situation is really tough.
So then this blame withdrawal cycle starts, and it can get really messy.
Absolutely.
But wait, are you saying that even silence can be a form of blame? How does that work?
Sometimes that withdrawal itself, it can feel like blame, even if they never explicitly say it. It might feel very personal, but often it's just them dealing with their own internal stuff.
Oh, so it's not really about me at all.
Not necessarily. It could be anxieties or old hurts or just, communication blocks,
Okay.
things that you can't really control.
So they're basically justifying their silence by making it my responsibility.
They're avoiding accountability.
Wow.
It's easier to make it about you than to say, hey, I'm struggling with this, or I need some space.
That's so confusing. And to be honest, sometimes it feels straight up manipulative.
Oh, yeah.
Like they want you to chase after them to prove you're worthy.
You've hit on a crucial point,
Okay.
the push-pull dynamic.
Oh man, the push-pull.
It's about power and control, and it often comes from their own insecurities and fears of intimacy.
Oh, wow.
They push you away and then pull you back when they need the reassurance.
That is exhausting. Like a roller coaster, you don't even know which way it's going to turn next. So what happens when this push-pull goes too far and those dreaded words come out? I don't want to be with you.
Oof.
Outright. What do we do when that bomb drops?
First, breathe.
Okay, take a breath.
Don't react right away.
Yeah.
It might just be impulsive in the heat of the moment, not a true reflection of how they actually feel.
Okay, so not necessarily a breakup ultimatum,
Not always.
but I can't just let it hang there, can I?
You shouldn't.
Okay.
This is where boundaries are so important.
those bounds?
You got to communicate calmly and firmly that you take those words seriously and that you won't tolerate being treated that way.
It's about saying, I deserve to be with someone who is sure about being with me.
Exactly.
Wow, there's a lot of power in that statement.
There is.
But then what about that change of heart,
Oh, yeah.
They apologize and say, I didn't mean it. And then everything's supposed to be back to normal like it never happened.
And that's how you get trapped in that push-pull cycle. If you welcome them back after that kind of hurt, you're basically saying,
Yeah.
it's okay, do it again, I'll be here.
So what do I do when they try to backpedal and they're like, I've changed my mind?
You have a real conversation,
Okay.
not just a quick, I'm
A
sorry.
deep conversation.
When things are calm,
All right.
ask them why they said those things and what they were feeling in that moment.
So it's about figuring out if they're really taking responsibility for their actions.
Exactly, not just riding the emotional roller coaster.
I see. Okay, so while we're talking about these unsettling behavior patterns, let's switch gears a bit to something that can be really scary, those explosions and cutoffs.
Oh yeah, those are tough.
So imagine you're having a totally normal conversation and then bam, they just erupt. Anger, accusations, maybe even insults, and then just suddenly they cut you off completely. Silent treatment blocked, calls, you name it.
Like a switch flips.
It is, and it's so scary. What do we do when we're in that whirlwind? It feels like you're walking on eggshells, never knowing what's going to set them off.
It's like you wouldn't try to have a rational conversation with a tornado, right?
Right.
You take cover. So do the same thing emotionally.
Oh, okay, so I take cover.
Disengage. This isn't the time to try and fix things or reason with them.
Okay, but how do I actually disengage? What do I say?
Something like, I can see you're upset. I'm going to give you some space. We can talk later when we're both calmer. And then remove yourself from the situation.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so it's not about giving in. It's about protecting myself.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm protecting myself, processing my feelings. But what about when they apologize? They say, I shouldn't have done that, but it feels so empty, doesn't it?
It does, because they're acknowledging the action, but often they don't understand the why behind it, so nothing really changes.
It's like they're saying, oops, my bad, but not really taking responsibility for the damage.
Right. Until they address the root of the issue, like the impulsivity or the inability to regulate their emotions, it's likely to happen again.
This is heavy stuff. So what do I do in the moment when it's actually happening?
Remember, safety first. Disengage. It's tempting to try and reason with them,
Yeah.
but it's like talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, the tornado.
You're not going to get through.
So what do I say? Like, how do I disengage?
Say something like, I can see that you're very upset. I'm going to give you some space. We can talk about this later when we're both calmer.
Okay.
And then remove yourself from the situation, whether that's ending the call or leaving the room, whatever you need to do.
So I'm protecting myself, processing my feelings. But what about when they apologize? Again, they say, I shouldn't have done that. But how do we respond in a way that actually creates change?
Don't just forgive them immediately.
Okay.
Forgiveness is a process, not a switch,
Right.
So start by being honest about how their actions affected you. Say, When you describe their behavior, it made me feel. Describe your feelings.
So no sugarcoating.
Right. Be real about the impact.
Got it.
And then you reiterate your boundaries.
Yeah.
You can say something like, I will not tolerate being spoken to that way.
Okay, I'm drawing a line.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you shift the focus to their actions.
Yeah.
Ask, what steps are you taking to ensure this doesn't happen again?
So now we're getting somewhere. But let's be honest. This isn't just about a few bad moments. This kind of behavior can have a real lasting impact.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
These explosions and cutoffs, they chip away at the foundation of trust. You know, they can make you question your worth and make you feel anxious all the time.
I can see how someone would start to feel numb or isolated, like they're losing themselves in the relationship.
It's a dangerous pattern.
This is serious stuff. What are some practical things we can do to protect ourselves if this is happening?
First, recognize the cycle. Are these explosions just a one-time thing, or is there a pattern? If it's a pattern, that's a major red flag.
Got it.
And then you have to set firm boundaries.
Okay.
And I mean really firm. And you stick to them, no exceptions.
So I'm drawing a line in the sand and I'm not moving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to use some specific strategies to protect your emotional space.
Okay, like what?
One technique is called gray rocking, which basically means becoming emotionally unresponsive.
Gray rocking.
Like a gray rock, you know?
Okay.
You keep your responses brief and factual, and you avoid engaging with their drama.
This gray rocking idea is fascinating. It sounds almost counterintuitive.
It does.
Is it really possible to detach emotionally without coming across as cold or uncaring?
It is. It's not about being cold. It's about protecting yourself.
Okay.
Think of it as emotional self-preservation.
I like that.
And if you need to engage another technique, is medium chill.
Medium chill.
It's about being polite but distant.
Okay.
You keep communication to a minimum and don't get pulled into those emotional arguments.
So I'm setting boundaries, I'm using these techniques,
Yeah.
but the behavior just keeps happening?
Mhm.
What then? It feels so powerless, like nothing I do matters?
It can feel that way, and that's why sometimes the strongest and most loving thing you can do is detach with love.
Detach with love. What does that even mean?
It means accepting that you can't control their behavior. You can only control your own responses.
Right.
So you detach from trying to fix them and you prioritize your own well-being. Sometimes that means staying in the relationship and doing what you need to protect yourself. And sometimes
Sometimes it means walking away.
yes.
Wow, so much to think about.
There's a lot to unpack here.
We've covered so much ground in this first part of our deep dive and definitely given everyone a lot to chew on.
We have, and we've only scratched the surface.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Before the break, we were getting deep into some pretty intense relationship dynamics, especially in long-distance relationships.
Yeah, a lot to unpack.
We talked about blame withdrawal, those explosions.
Right.
We even touched on how to set boundaries, those protective strategies like gray rocking and medium chill.
All really important tools.
Absolutely. And, when it comes to protecting ourselves, those boundaries, they're crucial in any relationship.
They are.
But long distance adds another layer of complexity, doesn't it?
It does, because you're not physically there to see the immediate impact of those boundaries.
Right.
So communication is key.
And sometimes that communication can feel confrontational.
Oh, got that.
Like I'm rejecting the person, not their behavior.
That's a really common feeling.
I think that's why so many people avoid setting boundaries in the first place.
It's understandable, but here's the thing. Boundaries are not about rejecting the person.
Okay.
They're about protecting yourself.
Protecting myself.
It's like building a fence around your emotional well-being. You know, you're not shutting the other person out completely,
Right.
but you're controlling what comes in.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
The emotional fence. So how do we actually go about building that fence? What does setting boundaries look like in a real long-distance situation?
It starts with you being really clear with yourself about what you will and won't tolerate.
Okay.
What are your non-negotiables? What behaviors are absolutely off limits?
So, for example, if my partner is constantly blaming me for their own negativity or stress, I might say, look, I'm not willing to be spoken to that way. If you keep blaming me, I'm going to end the conversation.
Exactly. You're being clear, direct, and you've stated the consequence.
So there's no room for interpretation.
Right. No more guessing games.
And I stick to it no matter what.
Consistency is so important.
Got it.
Because if you don't actually enforce those boundaries, they become meaningless.
Makes sense.
It's like training a puppy. If you let them chew on the furniture, sometimes they're not going to learn the rules, right?
Right.
Same with relationships. If your partner realizes they can push those boundaries without any consequences, they're going to keep pushing.
That's frustrating. But what if they get angry when I try to set a boundary or try to guilt me into backing down?
That's when those techniques we talked about, gray rocking and medium chill, come in handy.
Right, the emotional tornado.
Exactly. Remember, you control your reaction. You don't have to engage with their drama.
Don't feed the tornado.
You got it. And by doing that, you're also protecting your energy. You know,
Oh, yeah.
you're not wasting it trying to fix them or change them.
Okay.
You're focusing on what you can control yourself.
This makes so much sense, but it also sounds really hard, especially long distance.
It is. It takes strength and practice.
Setting boundaries, staying calm when they explode, it's a lot.
It is. But remember, you deserve to be in a relationship, whether it's long distance or not, where you feel safe, respected, and loved.
Right.
And that includes feeling safe enough to set boundaries. If someone's constantly violating those boundaries, it might be a sign they can't give you what you need.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
It is, but it's an important truth.
And it feels especially relevant for long distance, you know? It's easy to second guess yourself and wonder if you're overreacting because of the distance.
Distance can definitely add that layer of doubt.
Right.
But your needs are still valid no matter how many miles are between you. And you have the right to walk away if those needs aren't being met.
It's about remembering that my right to be treated with respect, that doesn't change just because I'm in a long-distance relationship.
Exactly. And remember, setting boundaries is a process, not a one-time thing.
Okay.
Relationships change, needs evolve. So you might have to reevaluate your boundaries as you go.
So we're checking in with ourselves, making sure our emotional fence is still strong.
Yes. And don't be afraid to have those tough conversations, even when they're uncomfortable.
Right.
Your voice matters, your needs matter, and you deserve to have them met.
Okay, I'm taking notes. But what about when it feels like you're hitting a wall? Like no matter how many boundaries you set, they keep pushing.
Yeah.
You try gray rocking, medium chill, but the explosions and guilt trips just keep coming. What do we do when it feels like nothing is working?
That's when you have to remember that you always have choices.
Choices?
You can stay or you can walk away. Sometimes walking away is the healthiest option, even if it's painful.
Wow.
And it's okay to grieve that loss.
So it's not giving up, it's about taking care of myself.
Prioritizing your well-being.
Okay.
Exactly.
And sometimes that means choosing myself, even if it hurts.
It's the ultimate act of self-love.
This has been such a powerful conversation. We've really gone deep into these challenging relationship dynamics, all the blame, the withdrawal, the explosions.
Lots of tough stuff.
And we've given you some tools to navigate it all. But I think there's one more piece of this puzzle we haven't discussed.
What's that?
Healing. How do we move forward after experiencing this kind of hurt? How do we rebuild trust either in the relationship or on our own? That's what I want to explore when we come back for the final part of our deep dive.
I'm ready for it.
Stay with us.
Welcome back to the deep dive. We've been talking about some really tough relationship stuff, you know.
It is heavy stuff.
The blame, the withdrawal, the explosions, all those things that can leave you feeling completely drained.
Yeah, for sure.
We talked about setting boundaries, those protective strategies, and sometimes even detaching with love, which sometimes means walking away.
Right, making those tough choices. But even when you know what to do, healing from that kind of hurt takes time.
It really does. There's no quick fix for emotional wounds.
It's not like flipping a switch and suddenly you're fine.
Exactly. Think of it like recovering from a physical injury, you know?
Okay, I like that.
It takes time and care and sometimes a little extra support.
You know, we've set boundaries, communicated our needs, maybe even tried gray rocking and medium chill, but the relationship still feels rocky. How do we start to rebuild trust?
If both people are truly committed to making things work, it starts with real accountability.
Okay, so more than just saying, I'm sorry.
Way more. It's about the person who's been hurtful really owning their actions, you know, understanding the impact of what they've done and showing a genuine willingness to change.
So they're not just saying the words, they're taking action to back it up.
Exactly. Maybe that means going to therapy to work on anger management or learning healthier communication skills.
Yeah.
Action speaks so much louder than words.
That makes sense. But what about the person who's been hurt? What does healing look like for them?
I think it starts with acknowledging and validating your own pain. Don't minimize what you went through. You know?
Right.
It's okay to be angry or sad or confused. Allow yourself to feel those emotions without judging yourself.
It's like we have to give ourselves permission to grieve the relationship we thought we had.
I love that.
Yeah.
It is a loss, and it deserves to be acknowledged.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that grieving process might involve seeking support outside of the relationship,
Oh, yeah.
talking to friends or family or even a therapist. It can be so healing to have that safe space to process everything.
Just having someone listen without judgment can make all the difference.
It really can. And as you work through those feelings, remember to be kind to yourself. Healing takes time. Some days will be better than others. Don't beat yourself up if you're not feeling 100% right away.
It's a journey.
It is.
So we're really healing on 2 levels, right?
Yeah.
Rebuilding trust in the relationship and learning to trust ourselves again.
You got it. But sometimes that process of rebuilding trust in ourselves leads to the realization that the relationship just isn't healthy anymore.
That's hard.
It is.
So how do we know when it's time to walk away? When is it really over?
It's different for everyone, but there are some signs to look out for.
Okay, like what?
If you've tried everything we've talked about, setting boundaries, communicating your needs, giving them a chance to change, but the hurtful behavior just keeps happening.
Yeah.
That might be a sign that the relationship just can't be saved.
Like we've given it our all, but we're still not getting what we need.
Right. And if you're feeling constantly anxious or like you're walking on eggshells, or if you're starting to question your own worth,
that's not good.
Those are all red flags that something is fundamentally wrong.
And sometimes the most loving thing we can do is love ourselves enough to walk away.
It's true.
But that doesn't mean the healing stops there, right?
Absolutely not. Walking away can be the start of a whole new chapter of healing. It's about taking what you've learned from that relationship and using it to grow stronger and create healthier relationships in the future.
So what does that post-breakup healing journey look like?
It usually involves a lot of self-reflection. Looking at the patterns that led you to that relationship in the first place. What red flags did you ignore? What needs weren't being met?
And then using that knowledge to make different choices next time.
Exactly. It's about raising your standards and learning to recognize those unhealthy patterns earlier on.
I can see how that could be scary, though, especially if you've been hurt before. It's tough to open yourself up to the possibility of getting hurt again.
It is. But remember, vulnerability isn't weakness. It's courage. It takes courage to open your heart even after you've been hurt. And it's in those moments of vulnerability, those leaps of faith, that we really connect with others and experience the beauty of relationships.
This has been such a powerful conversation. We've explored these really challenging relationship dynamics, the blame, the withdrawal, the explosions, and given everyone some really valuable tools to navigate it all. What's the most important message you want to leave our listeners with today?
I want everyone to know that they are worthy of love and respect, period. No matter what you've been through, you deserve a relationship that brings you joy, not pain. Don't be afraid to set boundaries, to speak your truth, and to walk away from anything that dims your light.
That's such a powerful reminder. And for anyone out there struggling with what we've talked about today, please know you're not alone. Reach out to someone you trust, a friend, a family member, a therapist. There's support out there, and healing is always possible.
This has been a true deep dive.
It has.
As you continue to explore your own relationships, remember sometimes the deepest dives lead to the most incredible discoveries about yourself and what you truly deserve.
Thanks for joining us on The Deep Dive. Until next time, keep exploring.
Okay, sorry y'all. I was trying to find my mute button. Anyway, we were doing relationship stuff anyways, but I just went ahead and did this one because I might have needed it too. So even though I tell all y'all to create boundaries, that don't mean I do it for myself. I can tell everybody else how to do something, and it's not that easy to do it yourself, but mute boundary, what? No, I said mute button, girl. Mute button. But when somebody keeps doing the same thing over and over again, you just gotta, because by the third or fourth time, the shit they say just don't hurt anymore. And also, letting someone act like that, giving them excuses, is not healthy. I can't fix people. I'm not going to try. Not so much blaming. Sometimes people don't blame you for their problems. They blame you for trying to be positive in their life. They make no sense. So, oh, I'm fine. I just need people to disappear so that I can be okay. Anyway, but the issue is when you let people like come back in, then they think they have you on a, I don't know, whether they mean to or not. I'm not going to say people always mean to manipulate, but if you let them get away with it, then they're going to. So you have to finally say, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. For me to do that, the person just has to disappear. But the thing is letting people back in and back in and back in is not helping their problem either. They have issues. And I had to realize that. Like, I tried to reason, and when something happens every 2.5 to 3 months, and it's the same thing, there's a problem. And if they don't want to get help with their problem, they're not going to. And I can't. Yeah, you can't. And if you try to, oh shit, it becomes a bigger issue. And then they say mean things, and then they make me trip balls and send them. Well, I didn't send crazy messages this time. I sent good message. Well, I'm not gonna say they were good, but I just said that they weren't blaming me for their shit, and wasn't gonna call what I was trying to do positively toward them shit. And they have a damn problem and not me. Basically what I said. But you cannot care or love for them because they won't let you. The other issue is people that know they have a fucking problem and still want to drag people in it. If you know you have a problem connecting to people, don't do it. Just be honest and say, I can't do this. Because doing stupid things, telling people a bunch of shit, and then telling people you regret the shit you said, especially somebody that's triggered easy by that kind of stuff, is you don't want to do all that. So it's not relationships with people that are trying to be manipulative or trying to do whatever. But it's easy to manipulate somebody and not realize you're manipulating them. And I can't, I mean, this is what I'm telling people. You have to, a lot of people have to remove themselves from the situation completely. Like, I don't care if it's long distance or not. He has to disappear or I can't because I'm too weak and I know how I am. So I don't know that this time's like that because I feel different, but we all do cycles. Like everybody I know has cycles with their spouse, their partner, their whatever. And it's over and over and over again. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Yeah, but sometimes people don't realize they're like there's some people that know what they're doing. And some people that don't realize it. I can't speak for somebody else. I just know that everybody has issues. And if the first thing you say when somebody's trying to help you out with your issue and tell it, is there something wrong with me? Am I messed up? I should have said yeah, but I didn't. I mean, sorry, the truth is the truth, but the relationship, look, because except the times that this crap happened, everything was healthy. Like, it was not anything. This person does not call names, he's never done that. But in my mind, because that's what I've always dealt with, somebody being verbally abusive or even physically abusive, then so everything's healthy. And it is, except when times come whenever they're angrily depressed or what the hell ever is wrong with them. And it's not cool to not know what's going on. It's fine to give somebody space, but don't tell me you need time. What am I doing? Wait until next year till you talk to me? I'm not one of the, I cannot. I'm not one of those type of people. I'm very impatient. Giving somebody time is one thing, but when I'm not asking you what the hell's wrong with you, when I told you I wasn't going to ask you what was wrong with you, because that's something you have to do, it's automatically going to make somebody, especially in a relationship when you don't do anything but communicate, they're going to feel really uncomfortable if you start acting weird, start doing things different than the way you were doing them. You're going to make somebody think it's them or there's something else going on. I don't care how much you trust them. So then you walk on eggshells because you can't ask them this because it's going to piss them off, or you can't say this because they're going to get mad and think they're saying they have to reassure you. All of that is, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not even that this person's abusive. It's not that. Every 2 to 3 months, they just have, I don't know what happens. But anyways, this is the third time and I can't. I cannot. And I think what I realized is this person literally thinks that no matter what they're saying, they think that in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, in a month, that I'm just going to be chasing. And no, I'm not chasing. In fact, I'm trying to push them out of anything that I do in my life away from it so that I don't have to think about the person. I get mean whenever I get upset or hurt, but y'all, when you do this over and over again, it is, but sometimes the abuse is not intentional. Like, there are some people that are messed up that just know that they're doing stuff intentional. I think this person gets overwhelmed and they don't know how to deal with things. But the thing is, if you're that angry, you're going to work that angry, you're going to lose your shit at work and you're going to lose your job. Because when I say irate, I mean, I don't even understand what they're mad about. Don't say anything, scared to say anything. Like, that's crazy. So I can't. But it's not just in my relationship. This is habits in anybody's relationship, that you're not feeling validated or you're not feeling emotionally secure, and you're giving all of your energy because this person's saying they don't have the energy to discuss this or do that, and so you're putting everything you have into it but not getting nothing back out of it. That's exhausting, and it really wears you down. And hang on one second, y'all. Okay, sorry, y'all. But anyways, so, but this is not just about a communication like that. It can be, you can be in the same town as the person, and if they're still not giving you what you need, even if it's you're insecure about something, and I had to learn that. I can't just say, well, because I'm insecure because this, and this. The person fully understands that. They're still not giving you what you need, so you still have to walk away sometimes. I'm not good at that because I wear my heart on my sleeve. When I care about somebody, I care about them completely. But you can't make somebody care about you, and you cannot make them care enough. So, what is my topic? Hush, Heather. Heather's been laughing this morning anyway. Other people. What other people? I have no idea what you're talking about, Heather. Who knows? I don't want to know. But I had to come to a point where I quit making excuses for the person too. You look the way you look because you keep doing the things you're doing. So even if you're not trying to blame your problem on somebody, you're blaming the outburst you're having on somebody. And get over yourself. And I do not like I'm going to tell you how I feel and I'm going to run away and tell you I don't have the energy to listen to you. That's when you get 1,500 texts from me because I'm going to tell you how I feel. I don't give a shit whether you read it. I don't care, but I'm still going to tell you. So, you know. Propaganda. Oh, Heather, that's because, well, I've become like Heather. I've decided that it's not even worth the time or the energy put into it. There's also communication issues, apparently, with our justice system. Clearly. And our news media. And some podcasters. Especially ones that think they found a glove that means something and then says that it has connection to Brian Covert. Wouldn't we know that by now, by the way? Since how they said the other DNAs did not match Brian's or Ethan's. So we have communication problems in all walks of life. That's an example of people that are being manipulative and know they're being manipulative, though. That's propaganda. Fake news. You know you're spewing shit. I love Sonic. Those are the only games I play. Mario, Sonic, Crash Bandicoot. I love Sonic, though. Oh, and I play Wii Bowling, because I'm not good at real bowling, but I'm really good at Wii Bowling. I don't know why, but I am. I didn't know there was a new Sonic movie. I used to play with Legos. I love Crash Bandicoot. I love it. By the way, Heather, Christy, oh, and Carla, I'm taking a vacation. I might come see all of y'all. Who knows? Oh yeah, Meg. Was it? It was the boy's birthday, wasn't it, Meg? Yeah, Carl was playing World of Warcraft, and I thought it was Zelda. Oh well, yeah. You get to know about the vacation. And I didn't even realize it was Valentine's Day, y'all. I mean, until this morning, I think Christy sent me something that said, Happy Valentine's Day. And then I sent her a thing that was throwing up. So, you know, that's how I feel about that. Oh, geez. Well, happy belated birthday to the boys. 7, to be 7 again. Oh my God, Christy and her phone. Poor Christy. Poor Christy, poor Christy, poor Christy. I want to go back to the way I was prior to 7 months ago, whenever I mean, I wouldn't have gotten a relationship for anything. That's the way I'm going to be the rest of my life. I don't know if I think it was green. I don't know if it was rainbow or not. But by this time in my life, I'm not doing this again. I'm getting too old to do all this bullshit. I don't have time. I don't have the energy to put into it. I just don't. I do not. Lovey Dovey Day. Yeah, I had never been a big Valentine's Day person anyway. Rainbow vomit? No, I think it was a thing with green vomit. Didn't I tell you that? Yeah, I don't know that it was rainbow. I don't think I have anything that has rainbow vomit. I was thinking to myself, this bitch did not just send me something to say Happy Valentine's Day, but it's because she loves me. I told her I loved her too. Singles Awareness Day. Christy. Well, you can be a part of my vacation group. You're just married. Your husband might not like me coming to see you. I just got to get out of the house, and I got to get out of my head. That's what I got to do. I didn't say you were married. I said Meg was married. That's what I just said. Christy and Heather are not married. Carla's married, but her husband goes out of town a lot for work, so he may not mind as much. God knows, God knows, God knows, God knows. The driver. Okay. Oh, jeez. I'm really going somewhere. I don't know where. Because I have to, yeah. I have to put some energy back into myself because I've put energy, too much energy into other people that did not put the same energy back into me. So I've got to do something. Undo. Oh yeah, I forgot your husband was a pilot, Meg. I was talking about how I was going on vacation, Christy, and I was coming to see probably you and Heather and Carla. Oh my God. Oh, some people are meant to be married and some people are not. I'm not one of them. I need to go somewhere, Christy. I need to go somewhere and do something besides deal with idiots. Because I'm not having any luck with that, clearly. God knows. Trouble. Drinks. Yeah. You want to go on a spa vacation just by yourself? I just want to erase 7 months of my life and just go back to the normal me. Ain't nobody want to go to no damn Disney World. I don't. I do like roller coasters though, but I don't really like Disney. Universal, I've never been to Universal Studios. But I do like roller coasters. Go to Heather's and be scared everywhere we go. Heather said it's dangerous where she lives. I've never been to Universal. I've never been to Disney World neither. Don't really want to go. I've been to Six Flags. I don't like Disney. But I don't like Disney because they're involved in God knows what. Hell no. Meg, come on now. I'd rather shoot myself. I don't want to visit any male anything. I want to pretend that gender doesn't even exist anymore. Hell, it's cold here and I'm in Alabama. I won't be going for another month. It won't be that cold. Oh my God. Where the hell did Heather go? Did she leave already? Probably. Meg P, where are you at again? I think you're too close to where I completely am fucking avoiding. Yeah. Well, it's not that close, I don't guess, but it's still. I love Sergeant Friday. Who are you talking about, SG? Oh, are you talking about Steve? I was talking about Sergeant Friday. Y'all, I know some people don't like him. I think he's hilarious. What's the temperature? Oh, I think it's 44 here too. I'm in Alabama. Who? Who? Sergeant Friday? Or JLR? I didn't know Sergeant Friday did a live last night. Oh, I'm not going to Idaho neither. They probably want to kill me there. I say I hate the University of Idaho on a public platform just about every day. Chrissy, are you talking about Sergeant Friday? I didn't know he had a live last night. He didn't do a live last night, did he? Oh, I don't know. I thought I watched the last one. I don't know. He's not nice to anybody sometimes. But I still think he's funny. Yeah, we're trying to break Brian Koberger out of jail, right? Jesus. Lord, have mercy. My niece lives in Idaho, but look, that is too close to somewhere I'm avoiding completely as well. I don't want to go to Idaho. Oh my God. No, I'm not avoiding Twiz. I would never avoid Twiz. That's the only male being that I care to have any kind of conversation with. So she's kind of over things. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Heather, are there any documents out yet? Why are they on the case file? And what is this deuces? Well, I don't know how the hell to say that word. What is that? Is that the warrant for the FBI or the subpoena to what the hell ever, whatever, to get stuff? How many people are in here? There was just 8 people. Gotta love lurkers. Gotta love them. Heather, what are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Let me see. I don't even know why I'm asking that. I could go look and see if there was documents. I'm just being lazy. Yeah, he is. They need to figure out their statements on Ukraine, though. Trump says they're not sending troops to Ukraine, and Vance says that it's not off the table. So I think. And then last night, Russia hit a Chernobyl or whatever with a drone. They said it wasn't them, but who the hell else? Anyway. And that's like a nuclear waste site, basically. It's already been messed up, so. I don't know that he will be talking peace with Trump. But, you know. What?
What?
Poor Christy. Oh, Jesus. When I think I'm having a bad day, I just talk to Christy and learn that it's not so bad. Hungry. Okay, so anyways, I kept on calling it not what y'all just called it, that dude, whatever the hell it's called. I wasn't calling it that. I was calling it something else. Why do they have to make this word so hard? Well, he's also going after the FBI for these, I don't really know, the groups that, I don't know. But hang on. Let's go down here and see if there's any new documents. I mean, we got to get from 2023 first. Jesus. Okay. No. I mean, why is it on the case summary? Anyway, let me go to case file. Why has it been on the case file, but they're not? And I'm not sure what they unsealed. I don't know what it was called, but it really didn't tell us anything. Whatever that was, they unsealed. So I'm not even sure why they unsealed it. Or had it sealed to begin with. Because that was stupid. Heather, tell me what you think Ashley Jennings is going to use that seatbelt ticket for. I cannot, I want it to be in court so I can, because I guarantee y'all, she's going to use it to try to identify the car. And I cannot wait to fall out, because that's going to be the stupidest thing. And then to hear people talk about the prosecution, how good of a case they have. After that happens, I'm going to die. Just saying. You can't, because, okay, she lists all this stuff they could use it for or whatever. They don't need to ID Bryan Kohberger. We know who he is. They have his ID. They don't need to ID his phone because they know who he is. They have all his records. So the only thing they could be using it for is to ID the car. The seatbelt part's predatory or whatever anyway, but you can't even use that to ID the car because, Jesus Christ. What is she going to do? Say the tags are shown in that seatbelt ticket? Okay, that's wonderful. Now show me where the tags are in the pictures y'all took that night of cars. I wouldn't even think she would do that something that stupid if I had not witnessed the other stupid shit she said. And they're just now submitting that. What'd they take so long to submit it for? That is the stupidest shit. That's hilarious to me. And y'all, I'm telling y'all, Bethany Funk's stuff not being in that PCA is a Brady violation. Like, the only reason the prosecution would not put her statement in there is because she had exculpatory evidence, and they've stood up talking about she didn't have exculpatory evidence. Really? Then why did y'all not put her statement in the PCA? And then also, them not putting that Dylan was intoxicated and claimed memory loss in the PCA is another. I don't know if it's called obstruction of justice. It's called something, but anyways, it's not being all the way truthful. That's why Bill Thompson has hollered the PCA was irrelevant. You hope it was, but it's not, because you can't yell that. If y'all hear that air conditioner in the background, let me turn this on. It is on low. Whenever the sun shines, it doesn't matter if it's cool outside, the sun shines in this room, it gets hot as shit, so. Because when I did a video the other day, everybody thought my volume was messed up, or my microphone, and my microphone was not messed up. It was an air conditioner in the background. Good. But I had the air conditioner on high accidentally in the background the other night when I did that video, so. I still have a couple. I've got to do Zana and Ethan's reading. I had to wait a day or so. I had to get my head back straight because I couldn't do the readings in the mindset I was in. So I'm going to get theirs done. And then there's some other ones I'm doing. Well, you know, some of those Brady violations, I was like, what are they talking about? But I think they filed a Brady violation for the PCA because of Bethany's statement not being put in there. And I can't remember, I don't think it's Brady about them not putting Dylan being intoxicated or whatever. But it is a Brady violation about Bethany's statement not being in there. And them knowing she has exculpatory evidence because they're supposed to actually tell the defense that. They told them the opposite. They don't know of none. Really? Y'all look stupid because you didn't put her statement in the PCA, so you must have knew. she had exculpatory evidence, but also they were supposed to tell the judge that did that let him get warrants or whatever. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I accidentally unconnected my microphone like a dummy. I didn't mean to. No wonder it wasn't working right, because you were behind. That was funny. Yeah, but like they're like this, I don't remember who it was, and it was probably somebody that we talk about we don't like, but I can't remember who it was now because my brain is a mess. But talking about there's new evidence against, Titanium built, I think. Talking about there's new evidence against Brian Kohberger. What are y'all talking about? The news, though, even Fox News put out something just recently, and it had a bunch of shit lies in it. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out. Um, 212 subpoena issued. 212 subpoena. Oh, that was that. Oh, that's these subpoenas. Are they going to publish those on the site anyway? Probably. I don't know if they will or not. Order extending state's rebuttal expert deadline. Well, I thought the state was ready to go to trial. Yeah, intent use of IRE as evidence. Evidence to what? The seatbelt ticket. Evidence to what exactly? To what is that evidence of? Y'all wasn't laughing as hard as I was the other day. That's all I could do was laugh. For real. Okay. What? Oh. Also, them having two different PCAs, I don't know that it's going to cause a problem, but that's weird. That's not usually something that they do. I still don't understand why they have two different ones, but, you know. I don't even understand what they unsealed either, because they didn't unseal anything. You ask me, I don't know what the hell that was. They unsealed. Didn't tell us anything, though. I mean, also, so what does Dylan have to testify to? Does she have to testify to what they put in the PCA? She shouldn't. She should just have to testify to what she actually said, right? That was confusing me, because if they made up something, then what is she supposed to testify to? Just saying. She's not going to testify to something she didn't say, so if they put all that stuff in the PCA, then how do they know what the hell I don't know. That's confusing to me. Is that confusing to y'all? It's very confusing to me. Let me see. Oh, we have risk of tornadoes tomorrow? Well, that's really nice. Jeez. Oh, what did Forensic Frenzy post? Unofficial story behind the plate. I can't even. I can't. Okay. Can't do it. Can I do it? I see nothing interesting, y'all. What did Nancy Gray? I ain't even looking at that neither. Well, I wonder if they're going to post documents today. Lord have mercy. What, from their husband? Oh, that's all I'm saying too. I wonder if they're going to post those subpoenas. They'll probably redact them or whatever the hell it is they do to them. Between this case, the Karen Read case, and the Delphi case, I mean, we're tracking a lot of corruption, I think. Yeah, Carla, there's one here too, I guess. I just saw the map thing that had it red. Why not? I just need some more excitement in my life. Not really. Oh, yeah, the Sandra Birchmore case. Oh, yeah, I put a lot of... I don't know how many emails I sent them people. But I sent a lot. Because Ellen Greenberg, what happened to her, Meg? I think I know, I can't remember. Tell me what happened to her. My brain hurts trying to think about all these people. Oh, is that the woman they said stabbed herself? And she's got like stab wound, like, anyway. Is that woman? I don't even know how they, that's the stupidest shit. That's the stupidest thing. Yes, that is stupider than anything we've heard. At least how the hell do you stab yourself in the back? How did she? They don't think she. I can't. Listen to me. Who the hell even let that? I just don't know. Just don't know, y'all. I just. That's just like I couldn't go to the trial because if Ashley Jennings talked, I would go to jail. She makes my eye twitch. I'd be done got them and choked her or something. But I think they're stupid if they let her talk for the trial. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. What is wrong with her? Why did she say what she said? Like, the other things, okay, was stupid, but how are you going to stand up there and tell the judge, well, it don't matter if they did something, what the hell, recklessly or intentionally, as long as there's some facts in the case. What the fuck did she just say? And nobody, I mean, I don't. See, and that's what I'm saying. They're guilters, or people that think he's guilty. I don't like calling them guilters that I get along with, because you can think he's guilty. They don't think he's an incel. That's not why. And they also don't think the state has got doing what they're supposed to do either. Girl, she gonna walk herself right out of her damn license. Do you see the way she comes to court sloppy as hell? She don't even wear no, I mean, I cannot. She just be sitting all kind of sloppy and stuff. Rolled up over the, I'm sorry, it's not, I can't help. What are we supposed to do but laugh? Oh God, y'all, I'm not laughing at y'all. Y'all died, I'm not laughing at y'all. I just cannot. What do you do with this? I mean, why do they let her sit like that? Why do they let her dress like that? She ain't pregnant no more, is she? Oh God, can y'all imagine? Shut up, Trisha. Never mind. I'll shut up. No, I'm saying it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I know somebody's going to say I'm mean, so let me go ahead and say, I know what I'm fixing to say is not nice. I'm saying it anyway. I would hate to be her kid. Speaking of Cyree, he said after the Delphi thing that he was going to come do a questionnaire, and he has not done it. And so I'm just saying. She has 2 kids. Girl, I don't even know how she get. Shut up, Trisha. I can't say nothing. I don't even have a boyfriend, so I can't say nothing about the bitch having a husband. I wonder what he does. I wonder does she make his eye twitch? Shut up. I don't know, Carla. What did she have to do to pass the bar, though? No, Carla ain't in no damn law school. Carla just means she can just go take the test if Ashley Jennings passed it, but we don't know what she did to get where she's at, because I don't think it was study. I need to shut up, because that's not nice. Allegedly, not fact. She's always made my eye twitch. Like, I mean, I don't know. No, she didn't pass the damn bar. Hell, let's all go to California. You don't even have to go to law school. No wonder it's so fucked up there. You literally, in California, you don't have to go to law school. Like, you can, I don't remember what it is. You can, I don't know. You have to take certain classes or something, but you can just take the bar. Test thing. Kim Kardashian is a damn lawyer. Lord have mercy. She's been hanging out with P. Diddy. Should have made herself a lawyer. Oh yeah, that's right. Y'all, didn't they release... Let me try that again. I can't speak English today. Yep. Didn't they release a list or something of P. Diddy's, like, I don't fucking know, something. They were supposed to, that they released. And Epstein. Oh, has anybody seen anything about the JFK files they released? Because I really want to watch how our government, wants to talk about Russia pushing people out of windows, but we take out our own people because the deep state didn't like his why does she very tiny what the hell was that? These people shooting outside? Lord have mercy. Very, very tiny what, Meg P? I'm trying to keep up with it. Come on, oh, yeah, let's shoot down there. Well, I'm kind of upset, ain't she? Hang on. Hang on, y'all. I had to let my dogs in. They got scared, so they were shooting outside. My male dog busted the door to open it because he was scared. I know. What is very, very... Oh, the release of... I know. I need to find the JFK files. Yeah, I mean, the shooters were paid by our government, I think, because the deep state was the one running it. And they got mad because he didn't go to war with Russia with that Cuban Missile Crisis. They just wanted to talk about how he cheated on his wife, and I'm not going to say he should have done that. I'm just saying that has nothing to do with him running the country. They tried to use that as a way that he whatever, but he didn't want to go to war, which was probably smart. And the deep state didn't like all that, so they just had him taken out. I didn't know what the deep state was for, we didn't learn that in school because, God forbid. We didn't learn a lot of things that we should have learned, like how Taiwan was, we manipulate, like we sitting there telling China, we believe in one China, while we're telling Taiwan they should be free. So, well, not we. We didn't do it. But that's what I'm saying. When our government tries to talk about what Russia does, pushing people out windows, I just think to myself, well, they try to tell us how bad it is in China. I'm not going to say that them people are whatever, but I'm just saying that they're just diverting, telling us that we're communists, basically, or slaves. Oh, well, we know the stuff they do now. They blackmail each other and take each other out or whatever. Yeah. That's why people kill me with this conspiracy theory. I tell them as soon as somebody else conspiracy theory, I'm looking into it because what that means is it's the truth. That was our government's way to to make people distracted from the truth. I said, well, I don't call myself a conspiracy theorist when every conspiracy theory that I went through has been lies. I mean, the truth. And the other shit that they're saying is lies. So it's not a conspiracy when it's the truth. But they also MK Ultra people, like that one dude that murdered that. What was his name? Anyways, his mom was a prostitute and she was dating some guy in the military, and he MK Ultra the damn one of the famous serial killers, but the dude don't even remember doing it because they MK Ultra'd him basically. They do that. So a lot of these damn serial killers, I think, are... Yeah, I'm starting to think that. Because, see, Trump said something, and then Vance come back and said that to counter what Trump was saying about Russia or whatever, or whoever, not Trump, whoever the hell went over to Ukraine. Anyways, because they were saying there would be no U.S. militaries in Ukraine. Vance said yesterday that they weren't opposed to sending them, so I figured they were trying to recant. And Putin just sent a damn drone over there, which it will not just hurt Ukraine. Like, that could go off into Poland and everything, to Chernobyl, which is that nuke site thing where they had nuclear reactors and shit, that is still damaged, but he sent and hit the damn thing last night with a drone. And if that thing starts leaking radiation, it's going to leak it all into Poland and everywhere else. So, I don't know. I think they're trying to enact Article 5 so that everybody can go to war. Isn't CERN that thing where they open portals and stuff and then say they're not, but they are because, you know. And then all these folks are tripping. It's telling folks Jesus is coming back because they quit playing out Israel stuff. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I just have a question. Anybody gets mad at me, it's okay. I'm not saying you have to believe this. Why would God say that we're supposed to just worship Israel, basically? Wouldn't that give Israel the reason, a way to manipulate us? If they know that Heather, you're in here. It took me a while to figure that out. It's just the other day I figured out, wait a minute. Heather, you know that my deep dive on the Bible and, being unscared to go to hell because that's what they fear you into just started not long ago. So you know that I'm behind. Just saying. I'm behind. And I'm not saying that stuff that Hamas did to Israel people was right, because the innocent people are dying. You're in trouble. No, you're not in trouble. Doug Wilson's. What's going on at Doug Wilson's? Has he got a new thing up that we all need to go see? That Heather will have to explain to us later, or explain to me, because I won't get it. He's going to protect... Oh, God, man. You need to go to bed. Protect you from what? I'm pretty sure that Doug knows his favorite admirer is Heather. Anybody know where Payne went? Just wondering. Yeah, protection from emotional abuse in relationships. That's all relationships. Relationships with your partner, relationships with friends, relationships with the government, relationships with everybody. The Flaming Bridge. People wanted to argue with me, and I said, listen to me. I'm not telling you whether they lied to me or not. I'm just telling you that the way I ask them, they can't really tell you that he's not there. But when I'm telling them that I have to report something, that I knew they were going to give me another name when they say he's not there anymore, and he's not on the Facebook page, and he's not on their website. You can find his short ass wherever. So in my mind, they're going to holler, see, we got rid of the problem. I just want to know where he went. I didn't know if they did whack-a-mole or something, wasn't sure. He don't know nothing anyway, so. Well, they did give him some kind of award. I think they just felt sorry for him because he was so short. Who? About me? I don't care. I don't watch that man. I do not care. Let him make a video all day long about me. I still won't watch it. I can't deal with it. Maybe he will. He's another idiot too. Just another idiot ass man that. His video about me would be so boring too. You mean Murphy's dog? I mean, what the hell ever. That man's crazy. That man is off his damn rocker. He sure wouldn't. His memory wouldn't serve. Maybe it's because he's so short, his memory's short. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Hell, the forensic investigator that's been there 15 years, Mallory, knows less than Payne does. What does GAC even think? Does he think Brian's guilty? Like, I don't even know what he thinks. That's not why I can't deal with him. He's just mean, rude. What is his theory? Or did he ever get past the car thing that I think was a total distraction? I also don't think that they built no damn tree neither or got any relatives from Brian Kohberger. I don't think they got anything. I don't think they built a tree. I think that's all bullshit. They just mad because you figured out their math. Don't stop in Moscow and ask for directions. That's for damn sure. Don't let them draw you a map either. Don't tell them where you end up at. But send your kid to school there because, it's just such a great place to be. I cannot. They think they're part of Russia. That's all. Listen to me. I'm telling y'all. If y'all watch Fry's damn press conference videos, there's no way that anybody can think he is involved in anything secret. He is so goofy. He is just like Elmer Fudd. Like, he is a doofus. I'm sorry. I don't think he's smart enough to be involved in. I cannot. I don't think he's the brain power. I can't. And the sad thing is, I would like to say it was an act. Poor thing. I don't think it's an act. I think he's doofy. He might, because, listen to me. He might know stuff, but he don't know stuff. But if he's too doofy, they just can get away with whatever. Or he could just turn his head to whatever. I don't think he understands. There's no way. I mean, I'm not going to say he's innocent, don't know anything. I'm just saying that he can't keep up with all that. They sure acted like it was. The other issue is, what did they take everything out of the house for before they even knew, quote unquote, if the house was going to be demolished or if it needed to stay the way it was because people would walk through? So I really want to understand how they did that, but nobody knew they were going to demolish the house. Isn't that a little weird? Don't they usually leave things the way they were, sort of, where the jury could, if they're going to walk in? I could be wrong, though. He didn't do anything but stand there and laugh like a doofus, or smile like a doofus, and try to remember what the hell he was supposed to say, but he fucked that up too. I mean, that's what I thought. I was just wondering, because it just dawned on me the other day, well, wait a minute. They were taking shit out of the house, and they didn't know, so, yeah. And I love when people fight with me about whether the University of Idaho paid $1 million for that house. I ain't even never heard of a university even wanting a house like that. Like, why would they? Anyway. Yeah, I think that's what he did. I'm sorry, if you pay $1 million for something and then tear it down, you paid a whole lot of money to tear something down. Something's not right about that. I mean, something is definitely wrong with that. Definitely. And they haven't even built the apartment things or whatever they're supposed to build there yet. So I could understand if they were in a hurry to get that up. You would think they would have done that so that that's what it looked like they were in a hurry to do. But now it looks even more suspicious. So you needed the house down so fast for what? Things just in there? Okay, well, the biggest doofus mistake he made was retiring from Moscow Police Department, thinking he was literally the man thought he was going to be sheriff. Retired from his job early now. Never mind. And thought he was going to be sheriff. They didn't give anything. They bought that house from that realtor company or whoever. that is one thing that Chris Madonna, his wife, did do. Like, she showed the proof. I don't like Chris Madonna. Sometimes I like his wife, but that episode I did watch, she called the damn realtor. No, yeah, that's what they said. It was a gift that they paid $1 million for. No shit. I'll find that episode with Chris Madonna and his wife. Like, she showed proof where they paid for the house. They paid $1 million for the house. And Chris Madonna even said that there's a problem with Green being involved in the investigation. And I do not like Chris Madonna, but that is one thing, or how do you say his last name? He did say that there's a very much of a problem with that book he wrote and him being there for the meetings. But she did expose where they paid $1 million for that house. She had the paperwork and everything. Yeah, they lied like shit. They paid for that house. No, girl, yeah, it was, but they didn't use their money. They used the money the fucking state gave them for what, I don't know. Emergency, whatever, and it wasn't even an on-campus crime. Yeah, that's the only time that I watched him. And I mean, he literally said, and at least he did when he was talking about that book, that was a problem. He come out and said that was a problem, that they were involved in the investigation. I don't know if Ann Taylor can use them paying for that house. I think that's going to be more of a civil thing. But the thing is, Idaho should be outraged. I mean, I'm confused what these people in Idaho are doing. And I'm sorry, I know other college towns have this, that going on. I've not. Not the way Idaho does. Not the way Idaho does. Well, the thing is, Moscow is the only Democrat town in Idaho, I think. The rest of them are red. The church and the university do not get along. That's what I've been trying to tell people. The church and the school do not get along. The church and the government officials in Moscow do not get along because the church is Republican and the school and the officials, the government people, are Democrat. So they don't get along. So the church don't run like the university stuff. The church and the school are at odds. They both have their own cult. One's a cult, the other one's a cult, or got a cult. Whatever. No, the church and the school don't get along, I don't think. I don't think the church and the school get along. The church and the government officials and the police sure don't get along. But that should tell y'all there, I'm not being mean. I'm not saying all Democrats, I'm not saying there's not Republicans that are in deep state stuff too. I'm just saying that Pizzagate happened because of Bill Thompson's team. I mean, he's the main, so it was not Pizzagate. Listen to what I'm saying. Fucking Stickergate happened because they hid video. That was his office. I mean, because he's a lead prosecutor. So that was his department that hid video. You know. I think the university, or say university, the police, I think that Heather knows how to explain but I think they tried to pin it on the church or insinuate that somebody from the church or something like that did that crime. Because they were already fighting anyway because of Stickergate, and they got sued. Yeah. Wild to me. Wild. But see, that's what happened. Rosendahl was like, his parents are like all in that church, but he was a police officer. So I think, I don't know, there's just weird shit. And then you got people coming out that live in Moscow, like protecting the police and what they did. And just, I'm like, are y'all crazy? Yeah, the government and the police get along. Well, I mean, I guess most of them, but yeah. I'm not saying that they all vote Democrat. I'm saying, though, the government part of the city of Moscow or whatever is blue. Everything else in Idaho is red. So, yeah, he did. It got voted on, though. They had to vote on it. But I think that and I don't know why I think because of the tragedy, you know what I mean, at hand, that's why it got voted on. But there's been people that questioned it especially after the House, after all that stuff happened. I don't know what good that did, but I mean, if I was an Idaho taxpayer, I would be mad. Yeah, those people, like the church and all of those people, it's like the church against all those people that you listed. Y'all better quit, these damn dogs. Oh no, it's fine that you're just asking. That's what I'm saying. Heather had to tell me because I didn't realize that that Moscow was blue. But most of the churches that claim to be Christian churches are going to be Republican. Or vote that way, their main base or whatever. And so, but it's like one cult against another cult, in my opinion. That's just what that is. The dogs, I know it did me too. I hate when they do that. They don't like it. They're bitches. One of them touched the other one, and they're just, the female dogs especially, Little Bit, she is like, touch me not. Yeah, like with COVID, here's an example. I'm not saying allegedly because this really happened, but I'll say allegedly just in case I need to say allegedly. But the church was outside doing something, and they wanted them to be 6, whatever, and wear masks and stuff. And I guess the rule was that the churches and stuff made up their own minds whether they want to wear masks. Well, they arrested people for not wearing masks, and technically they couldn't because they weren't mandated to wear masks. While the rest of Idaho didn't mandate because, Moscow wanted to mandate and to control it. That's how all that sticker stuff happened. Because the church said they were running things like Moscow, like a communist place. So I think one of the preacher's grandkids or something was putting stickers on poles that were like the Soviet Union stuff or something. I may be telling this wrong, so y'all don't hold me to every word, but something like that. And one of them got arrested And then the prosecution hid video about whatever happened. Yeah, it was underage kid. And then they hid the video about what happened, and it came out that they hid the video, and that's the whole Stickergate issue. I think I halfway told it right. I didn't even know. Heather had to tell me Stickergate happened, and I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't even know what Stickergate was, y'all. I don't turn on the TV. I've not turned on the TV in over a year since I heard all the news people saying the same thing. And even my local news repeating like they all these news. I haven't turned on the TV in over a year. Yeah, and I think that they hid the video where they got arrested or something. I'm not sure what video they hid, but what I'm saying is it was Bill Thompson's team. Whether he did it or not, it was still his team. He's over the prosecution for Moscow. So it was his team that did that hid the video. Yeah, that is weird. No, it's not weird. It's that they let them get away with it. Like, they let them get away with it. It's also weird that Ethan's dressed up as Brian Koberger for Halloween. I mean, the next year after that should have been a tragedy to them. I don't understand. I can't comprehend. The only thing I can figure is they know, I'm not going to say it wasn't Brian Koberger. I don't know if it was or not, but I'm saying that it was Brian Koberger, and they're making fun because, I mean, I don't know, but I still wouldn't be doing that. I don't think those kids think it was Brian Koberger. And see, they still lied on Dylan, though. And I mean, I don't agree. Listen, I have my own things with Dylan, but they still lied on that girl because they basically said she picked Brian Koberger out. And then they had to come back in court and say, no, she didn't know. She couldn't pick him out. Some of the frat people or whatever of Ethan's group, one of them dressed up as Brian Koberger. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, they either were trying to make a statement that that's not who did it, you know what I mean? Or they're just fucking, I don't know. But you still, that's not funny. That's just not cool. Yeah, and I can't figure out, like, even if it was that Brian Koberger's not the one, you know what I mean? Like, you still, why would you do that? That's not, teenagers wouldn't find that funny. I'm not sure why college kids would. It's just not funny. And to me, the school shouldn't have let them, if they lived on campus or they were at the fraternity, they shouldn't have let them, why would they let them do that? That's fucking ridiculous. The other issue I have is with the doors being open. Those doors were not open the whole time, but I do think Ethan was in the hall. I don't think he was in that bedroom. I think and I know I say that they couldn't, like, Ethan's body weight. I mean, what I'm talking about is, it's still, if they drug his body back in that room, they know he did that. That is one of the reasons I think his parents had another autopsy. The other reason is I think it shows that there was more than one person there some way, whatever. But they opened those bedroom doors. Like, I don't think they were open like that. I think they got opened. I don't think they were just open all night. Like, I just don't think so. But I think the reason they called people over was, allegedly, my opinion, to help get Ethan out of the hall. And I still, like, I don't even understand how they did this. This is the other issue. All of them were asleep, but they used their phones for the timeline. They basically said those girls were texting back and forth. I mean, even if you're high on mushrooms, y'all, if you're drinking or something and something scares the shit out of you, it almost sobers you up. So that tells me they were not scared, or DM was not scared at all, because if it would have been something that scared her, like, it's almost non-sober, you know what I mean? Like, which I don't know how that, anyway. But I do wonder if, I'm not sure exactly what Ann Taylor was getting at when she's saying that there's no way that the victim that they were saying could be running up and down the stairs, because I think what she's saying is because the police are saying they were first. I think Xana and Ethan might have been first. I really do. And I think it might have been Kaylee or somebody coming down the stairs and then going back up, whatever. I think I told y'all this. Because she heard commotion downstairs. And I don't know if anything with that 911 with Kaylee, see, there's been so much going on, and a lot of stuff we didn't believe has ended up being true, but, you know, there was all this talk about her calling 911. She may have been in the middle of trying to call, you know, I don't know. But anyway. But I don't know that Ann Taylor was saying that I don't know if she was calling Dylan a liar, or if she was saying that the police were saying that they were first, but the reason she was saying that it couldn't have been her, the person DM was saying, which they never say the person, I'm figuring Kaylee, was running up and downstairs, is because the way law enforcement has put it out there is they were first. So that's what I was wondering if Ann Taylor was saying. I got you, Meg. I don't know if I just made sense, because that was confusing to me, but it was in my head the way I was saying it. Because everybody was asking what Ann Taylor was talking about. Was she calling she was saying Dylan was lying. I really think that she was saying that they listed it that way, but that's not the way it happened. And that if they're saying, if the law enforcement is saying that Maddie and Kaylee were first, then how are they going to take DM's statement saying Kaylee was running up and down the stairs if, you know, I mean, there could have been 4 people. Hell, 3 started, I guess, but 4 people, and they, I mean, you know, at the same time. I don't know if we'll ever have a way of knowing that. But to me, whenever it says that, and this may not even be true on it, but Kaylee says there's somebody here, that's what makes me think that Xana and Ethan was first. She said somebody's here because she heard the ruckus going on in their room, ran down the stairs. Somebody went running up after her, you know, or behind her, whatever. And that's all alleged. I don't know that because, I mean, hell, I wasn't there, but I just feel like that maybe. Girl, I don't know, but you know what? This is the way I feel about that. Everybody has a choice whether to give them people money, so the people giving them money want to give them money, so, you know. That's why I don't even argue about that, because they're not making nobody give them money. They don't have to, so the people doing it are doing it knowing, you know what I mean, They know what we know if they look for the answers. So they're not made to. If that's what they want to do, that's their business. Do it to it. Answer to the things you do. If they're lying about anything, if the G family is lying about anything, I look at it this way. They're probably paying a lot for Shannon Gray. A lot, probably. And I don't know what other investigations they might have going on. They do have a lot of kids. Well, not a lot, but they have kids too. So I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. What I'm saying is that yeah, I mean, they do, but people, and I mean, it kind of makes me ill too sometimes because they're not like Maddie's dad is not rich. You know what I mean? They're not advocating for anybody else help. What I'm saying though is, like, I know they're doing it in a gaslighting sort of way, but before you just throw out money somewhere, you shouldn't just hear one side of a story. So, but people have their own, they're not being made to do it. So if they're letting people gaslight them, it is what it is. People hear one side of a story, and I understand a lot of people don't have, when you listen to mainstream media, I have no idea. I have no idea about their private Zoom. I don't know. Yeah, and I mean, but people do have to realize too that they can only be taken advantage of if they're letting themselves be taken advantage of. You know what I mean? Because if I was somebody giving money, I would be like, okay, well, what about the other families? Is this family wanting to do that? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on with that? Those are the questions I would be asking. Or some of these people might give them $10 and go on with it just as a good, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Xana's dad and Maddie's, and Xana's dad lives in Arizona, and he may not be asking for money. They may not want anything. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I would be looking into, because Maddie's dad does have a thing. But that's what I'm saying. I would be like, what about the other parents? You know, are they whatever? But a lot of people don't even know too much about the crime, y'all, that are giving them money. They give them money because they feel bad because Kaylee, their kid, got killed. But they're not looking into it either. So they, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying that they're not all getting gaslit. Like, some of them just do it just because. No, Maddie's dad was married, but he's not married to that woman anymore. Cody, whatever, I can't remember her name, but and that's what I'm saying. But these people, some people don't even, they don't even know what's going on in court or anything like that, and they just give money because they feel bad, you know. And that's their own fault if they're not going to investigate or whatever, or if they don't feel whatever, you know. Yeah, and they shouldn't keep posting stuff. I mean, if they wanted to post something once a month or even twice a month or something on their Facebook, just a repeat post or something, that's one thing. But, or they can actually just have it on a web page or something where the link on it, on their Facebook, it shows up when you go to their Facebook. They don't have to keep posting about it. But that's their karma they're going to have to deal with, whatever, you know. the people that are giving money should have question, if anything. Because they can see their posts. They can see how much money they've got too from it, so. But yes, I get the thing of making people feel sorry for them, but people have to not just do things off their emotions either. Unless they want to. I got you. Oh, does he have a GoFundMe page? I knew Maddie's dad does too, I think, but I didn't know Xana's dad did. Yeah, I knew Ben did. Y'all, I just don't think, because I know that Ben did go to dinner with the university. I think that man was so heartbroken. He didn't know what to believe. He don't know what to believe. But if you see, Maddie's mama would not make a comment on what she believed, and Ethan's parents have not made a comment on what they believe. So I do think Ethan's parents have questions for the roommates, like, I mean, we know you heard something. But y'all, Ethan's parents is the only one that got a second autopsy that I know of too. If that was my kid, I would have had a second autopsy. I mean, there's no way. I would have had a second autopsy. And I think that Maddie's mama loves Kaylee's mama and daddy, but I don't know that they all agree on the same thing. Because Steve has said that before, that they didn't all agree on the same thing or whatever, somewhat. And Maddie's mama would not shake that president. She was not shaking that man's hand. Well, they might have. But Maddie and Kaylee were close. You know what I mean? I don't. And I'm wondering with Maddie's ashes, if her mom didn't just give some to the G's to mix in with Kaylee or something like that. I wouldn't think they had all of her ashes, like the way her mama is about her. I can't see that. But I can see them, because the girls were together a lot. And I'm sure Kaylee was kind of like their kid, you know what I mean? Because they both went on trips together. I do think that, at least in the beginning, they were just trying to show love, because I think they love Maddie. I do think that they love Maddie. I mean, I could see that in them, especially when Kaylee's mama was talking about the kids, the two younger girls, how Maddie would, like, Kaylee would be mean to them or whatever, not want them to hang out, but Maddie would always go and pick them up or, try to include them. And that's because they were Kaylee's sisters. They aggravated her. But Maddie was the only child, so Maddie was probably like, yeah, Maddie did look a lot like her mama. I think that is another reason Ethan's parents stepped back from talking about Xana and made people think she didn't like Xana or something. Her words were, I don't want people talking about my kid first, so she didn't want to talk about somebody else's. But she did finally say something about Ethan and Xana being cute, and she's glad he's with Xana. I don't think the woman would have said that if she hated Xana like that. I think that she was stepping back because of the stuff with Bloom and writing a book, and she was pissed off. She said she woke up in the middle of the night thinking, this dude's writing a book and don't know my kid. Why is that okay? Because they couldn't do anything about him writing that book because she tried to. Because she did not want him talking about, he didn't know Ethan. They didn't ask them any questions. They didn't talk to him, So I can understand that. That's why I played that video, that interview, because a lot of people were like, I don't know if she was upset. No, I think Ethan's mama was upset. I think that they're dealing with it a different way because they have triplets. And she kind of has. I mean, I can't judge how the hell you would do it. You know what I mean? But triplets and twins, it's hard when you separate them. So. Yeah, Meg, I can see where that is. And Maddie's mama may have said something, I don't know what happened. I do know that when they did her thing, her interview, she showed herself with Christy at the bench, and she said that she gets along with them. And I'm sure she does, you know what I mean? Like, because they've known each other for a long time. Oh yeah, Meg, well, I know you know. And that's why I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Steve come in really strong, and that's why I'm thinking that I don't know that he believes the same narrative for real, even though he's saying that. I don't know. But he did have a private investigator. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, and I'm saying Maddie's mama, it probably did bother her. And the other thing is making everybody think all of Maddie's ashes were there. I don't think Maddie's mama just. I think they probably mixed some of them. You know what I mean? Like, and she might have some of Kaylee's too. You know what I'm saying? Like they might have, you know. Yeah, I'm not sure. And Ethan was not going to be cremated, which makes me think his parents got talked into doing it or something, because literally they weren't. So I'm not sure exactly. But at least they got a second autopsy. You know what I mean? Like Ethan's mama, they do have something to back because they have a second autopsy. They at least have that. Dashes. Like I said, she may have some of Kaylee's and they have some of Maddie's, and they mix, you know what I mean? So they could, I mean, I don't, you know what I'm saying? They're not there anyways. That is more for the people on soul is not there. So he wasn't going to be cremated. I'm not really sure what happened, or you know what I mean? I'm not sure. Yeah, he was cremated, but he wasn't going to be. I don't think he was going to be at first, because they were talking the way they were talking. I mean, he may have been, but I don't think he was. I'm not sure what made him do it. I don't know. Y'all, depending on how bad they were or whatever, like it could be different reasons. And I'm telling y'all that now. There could be different reasons that they ended up doing that. Like, I'm not trying to be gross, but trigger warning, if they couldn't embalm them for some reason, it would be hard to even have him in a cast, like for them to have servant. Like there's different reasons that may have ended up that we don't know about as the reason that happened, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying there are, I'm just saying there are different reasons that can. Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't have been presentable anyway, but I'm saying though, like, things start happening when you die. Plus, they laid there for 8, like, just different things. And, like, yeah, man. That's what I was saying about it's not just trigger warning, blood and stuff. When you die, everything releases. Pee, everything, like, everything. Times 4. Times 4. Times 4. Just saying. Times 8 hours, or what the hell ever, 9 hours. We don't even know if it was 8, 9 hours. We don't know, because we don't know the exact time of the thing. Heather's got a video. Hang on, we'll watch it. Which one, Carla? I mean, which video are you saying to watch? The latest one she did, or is it a different one? Well, didn't somebody say, trigger warning, some about Maddie's neck being, you know, I don't want to say it because that flipped me out. Because, y'all, I know I do these readings. I don't ask that. In fact, I ask not to. Yeah, I can't. Are you telling me to stop, Kane? I just noticed those Oxcon things. Are you telling me to stop, Kane? Are you telling me to stop? Oh, Kane's the only other man that I will socialize with. I forgot about him a while ago. Sorry, Kane. Oh, to watch. And I don't know if that's true, y'all. Somebody said, I'm not sure. I don't even remember who said it. I mean, I'm not sure how they would know or anybody. I don't know. Okay, what video of Heather's are we watching? Oh, okay. Oh, that's a play button. Shut up. I thought that was a stop sign. So, I'll correct myself. Twiz and Kane are the only members of the opposite sex that I will have any conversation with, period. Yeah, that's what flipped me out about the Delphi girl. Like, I cannot. That shit right there is wild and ridiculous. Somebody tell me what video of Heather's we're watching. But I don't, okay, I'm going to say this. I think Maddie was pretty much out of it. Why would they have a reason to do, like, that just, anyway, I hope that's not the case. Okay, thank you, Kane. Because I don't see why that, oh, Lord have mercy. Hang on, y'all. Wait a minute. Let me do the inside thing. Hang on. Twiz. There you are. See, I summoned Twiz when I said that. Because I said you were the only, well, I said you, and then I forgot about Kane. So we come in here, and I had to say Kane were the only 2 males that I associate with from now on. For forever and ever. I can handle their craziness. I can't handle nobody else's. What in the freaking hell? Hang on, y'all. Wait a minute. This is not working. Hang on. Give me a minute, y'all. Why is Heather's videos not coming up? Why am I not seeing her community things come up? But the damn videos are not showing on my YouTube feed. Are we watching the Seriously Who Was the Actual Target? That's what we're going to watch. Hang on. I got to make the window stop. Add. No, okay. All right, hang on. Ah, stop it. Okay.
In the last 8 weeks, besides the obvious, focused on Maisie and Hunter. Cars, talks, walks, hikes, tears, you name it. Yesterday, we successfully back at the University of Idaho. Hunter was very glad to be back at the fraternity, and Maisie was warming up to the idea, but it was good to hear all of the girls squeal with delight upon seeing her. It did this mama's heart good to hear it. The support from the University of Idaho and the MPD ISP has been profound. Maisie and Hunter are rock stars, and we couldn't be more proud of them. Their job now is just be kids. Start where they left off. Keep goals and aspirations in mind. For an update, anything we/Ethan had is now frozen with the defense. For us, it involves 2 vehicles, Ethan's belongings, and a nice set of golf clubs. We've met with the prosecutors. Handle media inquiries, blah, blah, blah. So in my opinion, this kind of corroborates what Xana's dad, Jeffrey, was saying, that Ethan and Xana got to see what it was like to live together. The cars, the golf clubs, Ethan's belongings were all frozen with the defense. So the big question to me is, why would Bethany lie? Because, I mean, you would know if that boy was living there. You know what I mean? You would see him there all the time. His stuff would be there. So what would be the motivation for saying specifically he was a guest of Xana's? If we go down the road of the 2 girls, or one of the 2 girls are involved, could Ethan have been an angle for a scapegoat? Like it was a friend of his, or an enemy rather of his, that did this?
Yeah, because it's become one with the glasses. Yeah. What's that? Defrost gets
Will often bag the hands of a murder victim, and for good reason. Because when people fight for their life, they will scratch and they will claw at their killer like their life depends on it. And it is honestly the very last thing that a victim can do to help the police catch the person that ultimately kills them. Because in that scratching frenzy, the killer's skin cells become embedded under the victim's nails. And if that victim happens to claw at the killer's clothing, fibers might also get lodged under those victims' fingernails. And so bagging the hands of a victim preserves that magical, precious evidence as those bodies head off to the office of the medical examiner for autopsy. And today, a report that is exactly what happened to these 4 kids and their bodies. And there was something else that was revealed today, a report that Steve Gonsalves had been informed by the medical examiner that his daughter, Kaylee, that her injuries were more ferocious than her friends. Specifically, the report said that the stab wounds were less like stab wounds and more like tears. But we talked to the coroner today, asking if she would describe Kaylee's injuries that way, as tears, and she said no. Clearly, exclamation point, in fact. And it honestly seems exactly that that's what she has said from the get-go, because here she is on November 17th, just days after the killings. She was actually speaking with me live on this program about the nature of the kids' injuries. Have a listen. I only ask this because it sometimes determines what kind of a crime this was, a crime of passion, a random crime, a fight, a struggle. Was there, were any of them slashed? Were any of their necks cut? Or were these all puncture wounds?
Well, it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
Also in question today, a report that says Kaylee's lungs and liver were slashed. Maybe not, according to what the coroner told us a month ago. Have a listen.
There were multiple stab wounds, yes, on them. So, and
were there? Go ahead.
And most of them had just like one that was the lethal stab wound. Yes.
Can you describe what that one might have been?
But they were to, the fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area. Stab wounds, yes, on them. So, and
were there? Go ahead.
And most of them had just like one that was the lethal stab wound. Yes.
Can you describe what that one might have been?
But they were to, the fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area. But they were to, the fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area. But they were to, the fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area.
You know, it's hard to separate fact from fiction, especially with so little clarity from law enforcement. The Moscow police told me today, in that exclusive interview that you were watching, that silence is strategic. You know, to preserve the case for a trial down the road. I get that. So to help us make sense of it all, I'm joined now by Joseph Scott Morgan. He's a forensic analyst and a certified death investigator. He's also the host of the podcast Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. He's a professor, and he's done more of these cases than any of us combined. So, okay, Joe, hands being bagged, that's par for the course. It is critical, critical, critical. What if there's nothing under those fingernails? Is that ever the case, that there's nothing? Under four victims' fingernails.
Yeah, it is. One of the interesting things is, one of the things we find with bodies many times that's caught in the hands, and it's not necessarily under the fingernails, Ash, is hair from the perpetrator. And many times that contacts onto the surface of the hands because the hands are spattered in blood. If you think how sticky blood is, and the perpetrator is not even aware that they've left their hair behind. That happens many times.
So what about if the perpetrator is wearing, a full ski mask, right? So if you're clawing at the perpetrator, you're hitting the ski mask, you're not hitting his or her skin, and gloves and a thick coat that ultimately they throw out or burn. Is there anything valuable to what might be under the fingernails if, in fact, it's hard to get the skin?
Sure. You've got all of the either natural or synthetic fibers that arise from any garment that the individual is wearing, including a ski mask, for instance, that might be made of some kind of acrylic or some kind of blend that you see with these things many times. And so you can get evidence from there as well. It's quite fascinating, things that can be collected from hands. And you have to keep in mind, you heard of us doing nail scrapings. We do that after the bags are removed. And we also do nail trimmings, but the bags are set aside and kept separately. And then all of the items that are contained in there that fall off in transport are preserved, and that's very important.
I've worked on cases where the killers got rid of the clothes, but they're on record as having bought them. And they're on camera at the Walmart in the checkout. And sometimes there's just that fiber that's so unique, they can actually trace it. So there are ways, and I want to feel optimistic about it.
I've been here in Moscow on scene since about 3 p.m. Since I've been here, I've watched Moscow police cars come in and out of this neighborhood, where officials found 4 people dead. Neighbors say they began noticing police cars flood the area around 12 p.m. today. Moscow police say they responded to a call here on King Road for an unconscious individual. Upon further investigation, officials found 4 people dead. While police investigated the scene, the University of Idaho enacted a shelter-in-place alert as university officials reported a homicide near campus. As we've stated, that alert is lifted at this time. Neighbors say most people living in this area are a part of U of I Greek life or are students, but we do not know the identities of those involved or who lives at the residence. Officials are investigating. This is a very much developing situation, and we will continue to stay on the grounds until we have more information to report back to you. Until then, in Moscow, Janelle Finch, KREM 2 News.
So police still have this house here near University of Idaho taped off. This right here is where officers found 4 bodies yesterday. We now know the names of those 4 students. They were 20-year-old Ethan Chapin from Conway, Washington, 21-year-old Madison Mogan from Coeur d'Alene, 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves from Rathdrum, Idaho, and 20-year-old Dana Kernodle from Avondale, Arizona, and they were all University of Idaho students. Here's a breakdown of the timeline from what we know so far. Around 1 p.m., we heard reports of a homicide investigation near the college campus. An hour later, the school put out an alert on social media. It said Moscow PD is investigating a homicide on King Road. They asked the community to stay away from the area and shelter in place as a precaution. Around 3 in the afternoon, Krem2 arrived in Moscow. Neighbors said most people living in this area are a part of U of I Greek life or students. At around 5 in the evening, the Moscow Police Department confirmed they had found 4 people dead, but it wasn't until late last night that they confirmed those victims were students. The university also said Moscow police do not think there's any active threat at the moment as they continue their investigation. Classes for University of Idaho students are canceled for the day. They say they will resume classes tomorrow. In Moscow, Nicole Hernandez, KREM 2 News.
Moscow police responded to King Road for a call about an unconscious person Sunday afternoon. When police arrived, they found the 4 deceased students inside the home. This morning, the city of Moscow and University of Idaho identified all 4 U of I students. Freshman Ethan Chapin of Conway, Washington, was a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity. Zaina Kernodle, a junior from Post Falls, was a member of the Pi Beta Phi sorority. Madison Mogan was a senior from Coeur d'Alene, and Kaylee Gonsalves was a senior from Rathdrum.
This is a pretty traumatic situation for our campus community.
Dean of Students Blaine Eccles says news of the suspected homicide shocked the Vandal community.
This is rocking their world. Many of them come from small communities where things like this have never happened.
He says drop-in counseling is available to students at any time, but he recognizes that many students have already returned home early for the upcoming holiday.
People need to navigate through this situation in the way that best suits them. If students need to go home, be closer with their families, want to return home, I support them in doing that. We're going to support them in doing that.
Support for U of I goes beyond the university campus. Businesses throughout the city of Moscow are offering prayers and thoughts for the Vandal community. And because Moscow is a tight-knit community with a strong relationship with the university, this response isn't a surprise to Mayor Art Bettage.
I feel very badly for them, and not just for the victims, but everybody else who's a friend and associate with those people.
He told me he was shocked by the news about what he's calling a senseless act of violence.
This is stuff that shouldn't happen, especially in a small, quiet town like Moscow is, where we're heavily involved with the university, and these are things that affect not just town, but the university, the students, lends everybody to a sense of insecurity about what's going on here and why. And it's a very tragic and sad situation all around.
In speaking with Kaylee Gonsalves' mother and sister, they tell me Kaylee was a strong and passionate go-getter. She even already had a job lined up in the tech industry after graduation. Kaylee was one of 5 Gonsalves' children. She graduated from Lake City High School, the same school as Maddie Mogan, another victim. Kaylee's family says the two were especially close, and Maddie was a part of their family as well. Kaylee's oldest sister, Olivia, shared a statement on behalf of the Gonsalves family. It reads in part, "Kaylee was, is, and always will be our defender and protector. She is tough and fair, the ultimate middle child. She did absolutely everything she set her mind to. She didn't hold back on love, fights, or life. Kaylee was the ultimate go-getter and constantly wanted an adventure." We still have a lot of questions about what happened. Also looking for answers is Kaylee's family. Kaylee's sister Olivia asked the public to stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for the facts from police. We are continuing to ask our own questions and will continue to bring you updates as we get them. In the studio, Janelle Finch, KREM 2 News.
Ethan Chapin, his brother and sister all grew up here together. They went to school here together, and together they enrolled at the University of Idaho. 3 inseparable siblings, now torn apart.
You just couldn't ask for better kids.
Dave Hayton considered Ethan Chapin family, all the Chapin kids actually. He and his wife watched them grow up in their Conway neighborhood. They'd come over for fudgesicles from the basement freezer. When the couple heard what happened, they were crushed.
She's crying. And she says, Ethan's been murdered. Yeah. I just couldn't, you just can't get your head around it.
All three siblings attended the Conway School before moving on to Mount Vernon High, where Ethan played on the basketball team and graduated last year. All three later decided to attend the University of Idaho. Ethan and his brother were members of the same fraternity.
I know I didn't sleep a lot last night. I just thinking of them. We had some good times together.
The Haytons treated the kids like grandchildren. The couple shared these photos from Ethan's mom's Instagram page, this one taken just a few weeks ago at Parents' Weekend. Dave recalls Ethan as smart, athletic, and always respectful. He says all three were great kids, and having one of them gone is inconceivable.
I remember last night I woke up several times and I think, gee, I wish somebody would just tell me this is a bad dream. But unfortunately, it's not a bad dream. It's a reality.
Still no word as to a potential motive in these killings, no word as to a potential suspect. However, authorities in Idaho do say that there is no threat to the public. In Conway, Washington, Eric Wilkinson for KREM 2 News.
We've watched this memorial grow all day long. Students dropping off flowers and stuffed animals, remembering the 4 young lives that were lost. And there's still a lot of unanswered questions tonight, like how this happened and why.
Like, it's all just shocking and scary. Like, I never would have thought that this would have happened here.
Tonight, yellow crime tape still surrounds the house where 4 young college students were found dead over the weekend, a crime shocking the University of Idaho community. Classes were canceled today, and some students have decided to go on Thanksgiving break early.
A lot of people left last night, and then we were like, I know we were like one of the only ones who actually stayed here last night. My mom has called me every single hour for since 7 a.m. this morning. So yeah, they want me to come home if I don't feel safe.
Moscow police have not said much about what exactly happened, but they have released the names of the victims. 2 of them, Zana Kernodle, a junior from Post Falls, and Madison Mogan, a senior from Coeur d'Alene, were servers at the Mad Greek restaurant in downtown Moscow. The restaurant posted on Facebook saying the 2 brought so much joy to the restaurant and all they encountered. Mad Greek is now closed, giving staff time to grieve along with the rest of the community. And the university is planning a vigil for the victims. That's taking place at 5 p.m. on Wednesday on the lawn outside the administration building. In Moscow, Kyle Simchuk, KREM 2 News.
Well, the Moscow Police Department hasn't added any new information since they released a press release this morning about the homicide investigation. But a few hours ago, we did speak with the Latah County coroner. Kathy Mabbitt is calling all four deaths homicides and that the cause of death is likely a stabbing. But we won't know that for certain until the autopsy report comes back and she can make that official ruling. Now, to take that a step further, Latah County contracts its autopsies out to the Spokane County Medical Examiner. And I confirmed this afternoon that Spokane County is in fact conducting the autopsies on the 4 University of Idaho students. Now, the Spokane County spokesperson says the medical examiner has not yet started those autopsies. Once they are done, the medical examiner will forward her recommended findings to the Latah County coroner. And the Moscow Police Department or the Latah County coroner will release the official ruling. When we talked to the coroner, she described a gruesome crime scene.
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was a very sad scene.
Mabbitt adds that she does not believe the toxicology report on each of the 4 University of Idaho students will be relevant to the manner or cause of death. Now, Mabbitt has been the county coroner for 16 years in Latah County. She says in that time, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that she's been involved in. But she says this current homicide investigation is the only one she's been to where there are 4 people at one scene. Now, we are continuing to press local authorities like the Moscow Police Department, as well as the Latah County prosecutor. I have made multiple calls into their offices yesterday and today, have not got a call returned from either agencies. Now, we know there are University of Idaho students, their families, and the greater Moscow community, many of which are still concerned for their safety, even though the police department says there is no active threat to the community. So that is why we remain here in Moscow pressing for answers. And once we do get those, we'll continue to keep you updated. Reporting in Moscow, Amanda Rowley, KREM 2 News.
2 of the 4 University of Idaho students who died on Sunday, Xana and Maddie, both worked here at Mad Creek Restaurant. The restaurant has closed its doors for now, and they have also put out a memorial for all 4 of those students.
It's not something you ever expect to hear.
Through the tears and shock, Jim and Stacy Chapin described the moment they found out their son Ethan was gone.
It's not a call that you think that you're going to have to speak with the funeral home directors and the FBI and have it hit national news.
Earlier this week, Moscow police identified Chapin as one of the 4 victims killed in the home just off campus. Stacy and Jim said their son was staying with his girlfriend at the house who was also killed, Xana Kernodle. So far, police haven't released many details about the investigation, and as questions mount, the Chapins say they wanted to make sure Ethan's story was told.
It's important for us to get Ethan's story out. We don't really want anybody else representing him. And it's hard to have people speaking on his behalf. So we think it's best for us to do this.
He's the kind of kid that everybody wanted to be around. You know, he was just a good kid.
He's a good kid.
That
kind to all.
Didn't deserve what happened.
No.
They say Ethan was a triplet. He and his siblings were extremely close. In fact, they all decided to attend the University of Idaho. Jim says Ethan was an athletic kid who played club soccer and refereed youth sports. His smile, he says, lit up a room, and he made friends wherever he went. They had just spent last weekend at the university for Parents' Weekend.
And as we pulled out of Moscow, we literally were like, we've done it. We've literally done it as parents. We've created 3 incredible humans that will go on and have something great to offer to this world. Honestly, all 3 of them.
A week later, as they grapple with this horrific loss, they say they're determined to keep moving forward for Ethan.
But we will not let this sink us or sink our kids, because if anything, they have to go on and shine Ethan's bright light on their own.
Moscow Police Chief James Fry, University of Idaho President Scott Green, and the Director of Idaho State Police, Colonel Kendrick Wills, all spoke at today's press conference. Before Wednesday's press conference, Moscow Police had only told the public the 4 students were found dead inside the home late Sunday morning. Wednesday, they revealed that all 4 victims were stabbed to death. Chief Fry says 2 other roommates were at the home during the attack, but were not injured, and he is not calling them witnesses. He said they were also home when police arrived at the house. Fry did not say why the call to police was not until noon on Sunday, when the attack happened in the early morning hours. Police said it appeared to be a targeted attack, but did not explain why. Moscow police have also been saying that they do not believe there is an ongoing threat to the community. But today, the tone changed. Police say the search for a suspect continues and people should look out for each other. Meantime, we found this video from a Moscow food truck that's from early Sunday morning. It shows two of the students, Kaylee and Maddie, ordering food around 1:40 a.m. This is one of the last times they were seen. Moscow police say this video is helping investigators recreate a timeline of events from that night.
And it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can.
The family of Kaylee Gonsalves have seen the video and agreed to let us publish it. They identified Maddie Mogan wearing the long black jacket and Kaylee, who is with her, in the white sweatshirt.
It's normally a place where everyone feels really safe.
Joseph Woodall is the manager of the Grub truck. He is seen in the video working the cash register, taking the girl's order. This afternoon, he described their interaction with me.
One of the blondes was just a little bit more cheery and kind of bouncing around a little bit more, and then one was like standing there and doing the hello, how are you, and goes through the interactions. And normally that's pretty normal. In most of our groups, there's people that are more energetic and people that are managing the energetic people.
Joseph told me he felt incredibly sad when he learned the news about the girls he had just seen the other night.
Hope they find the person. Hope they get the person. Hope they find the person. Hope they get the person. Hope they find the person. Hope they get the person.
Definitely a somber mood at tonight's game. Quite a few empty seats in the student section as well. A lot of them have gone home early for Thanksgiving break, but we talked to students that decided to stick around. They were at tonight's game and they told us they were happy the university didn't cancel this, gave them a chance to see some of their friends, classmates, and somewhat sense of normalcy. A lot of them telling us they won't feel entirely safe on campus until this murderer is caught.
That kind of just tells you who he was, because you know he wasn't tied to everyone in that room. Ethan wasn't supposed to even be there. And, you know, from what Ethan went through, you know that this guy just wasn't a man of character. He was just poorly built. And, you know, there isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this. Like, behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being. I mean, he was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close.
Okay, y'all. What's on the bad? I think it's crazy that their numbers, like their astrology number altogether, if you take their first name and their last names, break them all down, it means 7. And it literally means like making it significant in context of deeper investigation and truth seeking. That's very yeah. That's very, I don't know. That's not just coincidence to me. But Sloan Bellows did say that they all their names all went together spiritually. So what kind of spiritual awakening, Meg? That's my Discord thing get going on. Drive me nuts. XE, hang on, I don't know what XE means. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Do you want me to tell you what it says? Y'all are going to die when I tell y'all this. XE is a gender-neutral pronoun used by some non-binary or gender non-conforming individuals. It's part of a set of, I think this is a new thing they come up with, neo-pronouns, which are alternatives to traditional binary pronouns. He, him, or she, her. That's what it says. Or I think it is, but I'm looking at what Sigma Chi means. That's a new meaning that they have to that. Shifting change of circumstances is what it means. It is grief. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that stuff's just weird to me. I don't know. I thought I was going to die when I just read that. I didn't even know. That's wild to me. That means that. Okay, do y'all want to watch Heather's other video? Who else made videos? What other videos do we need to watch? Anybody? Oh, I don't even want to know what this idiot had to say. Oh my God. Go in the chat. Doing that. Lord. Do y'all want to see what Forensic Frenzy had to say? Just saying. Oh, Jesus. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I knew Twiz was going to say no. Like that. That's why I said that. That was funny. I know y'all was being funny. Because I knew Twiz was going to yell no. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Well, what do y'all want to watch? I don't watch her either, y'all. I mean, I used to before she started getting crazy. Whenever she, I don't know, whenever she made a little bit of sense. But she doesn't now, so. Twiz, don't you have a thing where a video or a live or whatever, where you were breaking down the map? Let me go find Twiz's thing. Oh my God, why is it? Yeah, watch Calix it. Who can't hear? You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Oh God, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, I watch Chaos Sector. Oh, I thought you took down all your damn lives, Twiz. I was just gonna say, what in the... Twiz, I thought you broke down this map on one of these. This is not all your lives either. Twiz, where's the rest of your damn lives? What about Dinky? Yeah, we'll watch Chaos Sector. He's got... I know you have some on your community. That's gross, Twiz. Ew. Oh, gross. Your damn community post. I can't explain your map, so I'll have to wait till you can... I'm not even going to try to do that. I wanted you to explain it, not me. Hang on. Hang on, y'all.
Themselves. We can suggest they are leaning towards the state. We were only going to focus on the trial after we summarized our investigation. Why didn't we care to focus on the hearings? Well, here's an example of why.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution, Due Process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to identify the 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, through Moscow Police Department, moved a DNA sample, Othram Laboratories, to develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic genealogy work to try to identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pull in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pull either. All three of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed.
Okay, now, this is by the law, but what Taylor is apprehensive in confronting is it not only was unlawful, but the intention behind the unlawful activity is the main focus. The intention behind that unlawful activity was to frame Kohberger. Do not tiptoe around this stance in court, because the judge has shown that they are not concerned about how the DNA was obtained. They're only concerned that the DNA was obtained. If Kohberger's DNA is claimed to be discovered at the crime scene, Taylor needs to not focus on how the state and the FBI obtained that DNA, because you're going to struggle uphill. We're not saying she shouldn't challenge it, but she needs to take a step back and realize that the judge is clearly presenting a stiff resistance. We're not legal experts by a long shot, but this is a form of debating, and we're pretty good at that. So in a debate, this wall that has been put up by the state needs to be chiseled away at. Taylor is in fact chiseling, but ironically, focusing on the DNA is a small area on the wall. One area, which is the weak spot of the wall, exposes the truth from that night. And you all know what that would be. The wall would crack in the center and crumble. But let's continue.
Your Honor, for the purposes of the Fourth Amendment protections and Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy interest that society is ready to support. In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right. There is no privacy right.
Cases that hold that.
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's Your Honor, this is a situation where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for Your Honor about privacy interests that are at stake. The court can see from the various affidavits in this case that there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Kohberger was identified. And the reason for that is because nobody wanted to talk about what happened with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram Lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret. We have been through several motions to compel to try to get information, and we've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist.
Okay, that's a nice attack from Taylor. Of course, Kohberger was not in the CODIS database. And then the dreaded FBI took over and processed his DNA through IgG. But this is the same FBI that snooped around and collected Kohberger's father's DNA in Pennsylvania. Yet Taylor needs to attack them as well. Do not be afraid to call the FBI out for their actions, because it is the FBI who took over the investigative work regarding the DNA. Essentially, they are the reason Kohberger is facing okay. Of course, we know that.
We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week. Not the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret. When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Kohberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example.
And there's the key, which prompted the judge to interject. As our saying goes, when there's mystery, there's secrecy. And when there's secrecy, there's conspiracy. The FBI carried out secretive investigative work because they were building a frame job against Kohberger. We broke this down pretty early in our investigation because it was obvious, despite Kohberger not being in CODIS. It doesn't justify the FBI keeping their investigation a secret regarding his DNA and how they matched it with the alleged DNA discovered on the knife sheath. If you ask me, they don't physically have any DNA on a knife sheath in the... Wait, just wait a minute. Just thought about something. What if the DNA on that knife sheath is one of the males who weren't identified at the scene of the crime? Blood was left on a stair rail, which indicates they were upstairs at one point, and a knife sheath was discovered in Madison's bedroom upstairs. Where's the fucking investigation here? A male's DNA was discovered on the stair rail, that being blood, which means he was upstairs at one point, where 2 victims were discovered stabbed. Hello. Who the hell is this guy, and why is he still walking around free in society? Is this from carrying bodies upstairs? Downstairs? Is this Hunter after discovering the victims deceased in the home? We don't know who the fuck this is, which proves this was a cover-up. Also, this wasn't reported early on regarding blood on a stair rail. We knew that there were 3 additional males' DNA at the crime scene, but there was no mention of blood left by those males. Trust me, we would have jumped all over that information. And the reason they never disclosed that key information early on is because there would be blood left by other individuals at the scene of the crime, yet no blood was found whatsoever on Kohberger, his vehicle, his apartment, nowhere. Again, another investigative violation by law enforcement, withholding that information, but at the same fucking time reporting other males' DNA was discovered. Cover fucking up. Perhaps the glove discovered in the yard, which also had blood on it, was taken off after the murders, and the trace of that male's DNA was discovered. A trace, of course, due to the blood of the victim covering the knife sheath. This is how a trace can be detected, as forensics examines the knife sheath, and the blood on the sheath exposes a trace of the male's DNA. Let's keep going.
His own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene. Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the JED.com file. I don't have...
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well, Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged that Brian Kohberger's DNA was on the knife sheath.
No, I'm not talking about the knife sheath DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. Those databases don't turn out a name and say this is
I have a privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems. I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor, is if somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
Not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question? Isn't it a factual question?
Well, it is, Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully, and our position...
That part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA was taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA? Simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me.
Okay, this is where a bunch of semantics start overshadowing the core of Taylor's motion. Basically, the judge is saying Kohberger can't contest anything regarding privacy rights because he is charged with murder. It's that simple. Someone who is alleged to be a murderer, which a genealogy website was used to match his DNA to DNA at a crime scene. Well, the court could care less about the alleged murderer's privacy being violated because in their eyes, there isn't a violation. Everything was done within the law, aligned with their investigation.
Well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named or not named. This is about an identification process, it needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process. It was in violation of Mr. Koberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it in violation of his rights?
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of his rights?
Well, Your Honor, he's been in custody
You're
for
saying
2
that,
years.
I understand your position, which frankly is not well supported in the law, that if hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders, and left DNA on a piece of evidence, that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no case that suggests that concludes that. And it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law, and I'm trying to understand how you get there.
You see, this is the problem Taylor will always face. It's a revolving door that she will constantly go through fighting the DNA. And think about how absurd it is. The prosecution doesn't actually have Koberger's DNA on the knife sheath. They just placed him in the home. It's that crazy, but that simple. We know his DNA was never there because the other male's DNA was never investigated nor identified, which is just outrageous, considering there was blood left behind by one of those males. Keep in mind that blood of a male at the home is not, I repeat, is not breaking evidence in these hearings. The reason it's being talked about now, of course, because everyone was left in the dark about this evidence early in the investigation. Detectives omitted this from their reports regarding those 3 additional males early on, which means they had identified those males quickly due to it being a blood sample, knew it was a suspect, because that same fucking blood left on the stair rail was inside Madison's bedroom, and decided to cover it up. Oh, let me see, a male's blood was discovered on a stair rail that trails back to a victim's bedroom. Never mind them. Let's focus on this 5.3 octatrillion traces of another male. He's the killer. The same with the black coat Madison was wearing that night. Yes, everyone concluded the black coat detectives were snooping around with on Taylor Avenue was the same coat Madison was wearing. Take something out, which appeared to be a weapon, throw the coat back on the ground, and walk off. More evidence they swept under the rug because they knew it would lead to a massive trail of criminals who have to be protected by any means necessary for the town of Moscow's sake, you see? By that alone, we know Koberger's DNA was never inside the home, if it was. Obviously, they literally went through the process of planting it there. And it would have been done in reverse, of course, as all the DNA they obtained from Koberger was when he was already arrested. Not before, no, they didn't bring him in for questioning, then obtain a cheek swab from him. They did this after he was arrested, which was an unlawful arrest by law. The reason being, because if you arrest someone for a crime, then you need evidence that they committed the crime. It's that simple. You can't arrest someone before you have evidence they committed a crime. You can detain them for questioning, as reasonable and articulable suspicion may provoke such a detainment. They just started secretly investigating him, despite 3 other male DNA samples discovered at the home, including blood discovered on a stair rail. Now remember, one of the male's DNA was identified by November 20th, a week after the murders. That early hay? Well, what about the other 2 males? Apparently, it took detectives almost a full month to identify those, who were discovered physically inside the home. A man is tracked, suspected of either potentially being involved in those murders or being the murderer themselves. If they are suspected, then you bring them in for questioning. You don't follow them. You bring them in for questioning, asking them where were they on the night of November 12th, going into the 13th. They provide their claim. Further investigation may lead you back to this person. Why? Because during this time frame, the DNA being examined would result in what? Koberger family tree. Oh, but what if Koberger now decides to flee town? Well, it would end up the same way it ended up anyway, right? He was in Pullman and was arrested in Pennsylvania. The point here, everything about this investigation was unlawful. Taylor is doing a decent job on attacking that aspect, but it's the DNA that she has to expose as being manufactured into the crime scene. We can suggest that everyone is waiting for Taylor to just come out and say it. Make a firm claim that your client was framed with the DNA in the home. The prosecution blabbers out their challenge, and the trial will get here much faster.
Well, I think Your Honor is asking me about things that I anticipated the state would argue, their abandonment theory, and I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment is a knowing, intentional leaving of something, for one thing. For the other thing, I think that the court is asking me to take a position where it feels like burden shifting to me.
No, I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from, example, from latent fingerprints.
Well, Your Honor, I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different search.
So I'm going now to, the constitutionality of using the DNA that was allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument is twofold. One, your client complains that a search was done of databases of other people to determine whether or not any of them might be related to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath. That's thing one. Thing two is an objection to the law enforcement searching the DNA by testing it and getting a profile from the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that latter point, understanding the basis for that, because I can't find any case law that would support that idea. That somehow a warrant would be needed for DNA left at a crime scene.
Well, I think in our briefing, Your Honor, that we cited the court to some cases.
I did, I think, one concurring opinion in a case that held otherwise.
A brick wall here, better yet, a steel wall with this judge. But again, this is the challenge. Why would law enforcement need a warrant for DNA left at a crime scene? This is the question that will keep pulling Taylor down. And what it also does is creates a physical setting at the crime scene of that DNA being physically there, you see. This is why it will be difficult to dispute the DNA head on.
Let's give a common example of planted evidence against an individual to show why we suggested that she focus her attention on the surveillance footage instead. A cop pulls someone over and claims they were speeding. Upon this stop, the driver refutes this claim, and there is a verbal altercation. The officer then tells the driver to step out of the vehicle, put their hands behind their back, and places them under arrest. Of course, the driver is frustrated and voices their concerns. The officer proceeds to search the vehicle, and then they place a bag of cocaine on the floor. Comes out and tells the driver they found drugs in the back seat of their vehicle. Once again, the driver is outraged and tells the officer, "You planted that in my car." The officer puts the driver in the back of the cruiser, and they are hauled off to jail. The driver is charged with speeding, disorderly conduct, and possession of crack cocaine. They're processed in, stripped down, and thrown in a jail cell. Now we stop right here, regardless of what happens afterwards. What has just happened here? That's right, the officer planted drugs in the driver's vehicle. To justify an arrest, it will be extremely difficult for the driver and their defense team to refute the evidence presented against them in court. How can you prove that the officer planted the drugs in the vehicle? The body cam doesn't indicate it was planted because of how the officer cunningly placed it inside while recording. So, how do you fight against what the officer claims they found in your vehicle? Well, unfortunately, there's no real effective way for the defense to challenge this evidence, because based on that very evidence the officer has, the judge can only go by what's being presented, not what is speculated to be true or not. The judge will continue to challenge Taylor about the IGG, constitutional rights, and such, because it doesn't change the alleged facts of the case, that the DNA of the defendant was discovered on a knife sheath. Sure, she can address the other males and their DNA, which one left blood on a stair rail. I mean, for fuck's sake, if that's not worth looking into a mistrial, then I don't know what is, you know. But the judges in this case have shown, time and time again, they are not interested in dealing with anything else or anyone else, only who is in front of them, and that would be Koberger. Taylor needs to understand that her angle is not paving through. Let's continue.
Your Honor, I was going to talk to the court about third-party data, and I was going to talk to the court about the Davis case that talked about something that the police lawfully had and a subsequent test, the Skinner case, when there's something that's lawfully held, but there's a subsequent test. So those are the things that I want to talk about. Okay. Our first point is it was an illegal search, and this is if
Search, which search?
Assumption.
Which search? It was illegal.
First the snip at Othram, then the snip at the FBI, and then the trash pool.
You're talking about the DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case that says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS. Uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves that are super secret that happen when there's a portion of the DNA taken and it's searched by Othram to create a SNP. And then when that doesn't produce anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the SNP ourselves. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so here's the complexity for both the prosecution and the defense. Othram's results came back no bueno, right? Now Taylor's argument is Kohberger was not identified by the state lab initially. Then this sample was then handed over to the FBI, who then used IgG, which resulted in a family tree of Kohberger, which technically doesn't prove it was his direct DNA at the crime scene. Fair point. But the problem here is that the family tree includes Brian Kohberger, you see. Taylor can't refute that the genealogy results include Kohberger. But the prosecution can't rely on those results entirely neither. So even though it's not a direct DNA match, it's a match by genealogy. The judge would have to determine if the DNA based on genealogy is substantial evidence to rule Kohberger was physically at the crime scene and was the killer. Even in this setting, there isn't empirical evidence he was the killer. Now, if you add surveillance footage of his vehicle entering that neighborhood the night of the murders, then he's toast. We're just hypothesizing within this fuckery, as we have come to the conclusion there isn't any DNA of Kohberger nor his family tree at the crime scene. All of this was collected during the FBI's covert tracking, leading up to his arrest. Then once he was arrested and charged, now they want to collect his direct DNA. Okay, yeah. Then you have 3 additional males at the home, with blood left behind, who we can suggest are 85 to 90% more likely to have been involved in the murders, or even the murderers. Talk about substantial evidence? Sheesh. Anywho, let's wrap it up.
Those are the problems. As far as asserting family...
Specific DNA tests of the sample that goes from legitimate to illegitimate?
Yes, Your Honor, I think the Davis case is on point. If the court's theory that this is a lawful piece of evidence taken from the crime scene, the sheath...
Not my theory. I'm just trying to understand your position in light of the case law and in light of the state's arguments. I'm trying to find where the gristle is in this.
I'm adopting the court's hypothesis for this purpose, that the knife sheath was taken. I'm adopting it only for that purpose, and I'm relying on the Davis case that says subsequent searches need a warrant.
And remind me, Davis was the cell phone?
No, Davis was not the cell phone. Davis was blood, a sample with blood. The cell phone case is
Give me the
Carpenter.
cite to that.
I'm sorry?
Can you give me the cite to the Davis case?
I can. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds and glasses.
While Taylor is citing another case, let's mention something briefly. The chaos doesn't follow in anyone's footsteps. The chaos doesn't copy or steal, mimic, or whatever that person claimed we do. We present our own ideas, our radical style that some don't care for too much, which is fine. We present our own theories, perspectives, and conclusions. We do utilize information that's presented by others because it's a collective effort in this investigation. But no one can honestly say with a straight face that there is another channel that investigates like the chaos sector. We are in a category of our own, and that's just the facts. Again, stop thinking we're true crime investigators. The chaos has never declared that. It's not a title we uphold, but it's a community that we associate ourselves with. Just wanted to point that out.
I apologize. I wrote the name down, but not the site in my notes, but I know it's cited in our briefing. Another page. It is 690 F 3rd 226.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, and so those are the 3 areas that we believe that there should have been a search warrant and there wasn't. There is an expectation of privacy in one's DNA that society is willing to recognize. And I think I talked to the court a little bit about the things that happened in this case that were super secret. I think we'd gotten to the point where we were talking, and this goes to recognizing an expectation of privacy when there's all of this secrecy surrounding it. We had gotten to the FBI where the SNP profile was twice as big as that from Othram, and then the FBI went into databases that violate the Department of Justice interim policy. You heard a lot about that Department of Justice interim policy, and that policy it's on page 6 of that particular exhibit that the court has. It says that they're not to go into databases that aren't allowed. And they did that. The court has it in another exhibit.
How's that a constitutional violation?
Your Honor, it goes to privacy.
Suppressed for contractual violations or even statutory violations.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that that's information that's pertinent to this court in making a very important decision as to whether somebody's Fourth Amendment rights were violated, as well as Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. The purpose of offering that information is because there's a policy, so there's a recognized expectation of privacy in what's contained in a SNP. In a SNP at all, there has to be a warrant to search these types of things, and there wasn't. There would be no need to have any policy if nobody cared about this. The court heard about the different IgG databases that changed their rules in terms of use after a different case used IgG to solve it because people don't expect to have their DNA searched.
That was the point of my question about whether or not Mr. Koberger's DNA was in any of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Your Honor, I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at. I think the question should be looked at in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
Got to be a standing.
Okay, now it starts to heat up a bit. Mind you, we believe this angle is slow moving. That's our stance. It technically doesn't take Koberger away from the scene of the crime, and that was our point. But Taylor is asserting that the FBI used IgG to basically manufacture evidence against Koberger because Othram didn't come up with a match. It's an effective angle, but against a judge that is hardwired with so-called evidence in front of him, so to speak, he is compelled to keep resisting Taylor's stance. And that was our point. It puts the defense in a compromising position, due to whether or not an illegal action eliminates evidence discovered at the crime scene. Now, what Taylor is doing is tiptoeing around her stance. That stance would be Koberger's DNA was never discovered in the home. Based on the Othram results, the FBI used IgG, which resulted in a family tree named Koberger. Here's the problem, you have a family tree of Koberger. But how do you track anyone down with that family name? Oh, you link that person with the white vehicle spotted in surveillance. Again, it comes down to the surveillance, not the DNA. This is why we wanted to know the exact date that the FBI identified the Koberger family tree in relation to the search for a white Hyundai Elantra. Remember, the FBI told law enforcement to inspect Koberger's vehicle and his body. The traffic stop with his father was December 15th, if I'm not mistaken. Again, the FBI was already tracking Koberger during this time. Rewind back a few days, let's say around December 10th, Koberger's vehicle was submitted to Moscow PD. Let's rewind back a few more weeks. Let's say around November 29th, WSU campus police spotted Koberger's vehicle in the parking lot, then notified Moscow PD. Let's rewind back a few days to November 25th, where Moscow PD informed law enforcement to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra. Here's where we stop. The so-called FBI expert identified a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra in surveillance, allegedly. We don't know the exact date of this identification, but what we do know is throughout this entire time frame, from November 25th to December 15th, and we might as well include December 30th, the day Koberger was arrested, there was another male's DNA collected from the home November 20th, yet no investigation. The other males were later identified a month later, December 16th. Taylor should drop the hammer and state, quote, I find it quite frightening that you have 3 male DNA samples collected from the scene of the crime, including blood on a stair rail, blood on a glove outside the home, and yet these males were not investigated whatsoever. I request that this entire case being investigated again, because how can the state stand here with a straight face and rely on DNA that they themselves couldn't match with my client? Then the FBI hasn't provided any information on how they match my client's DNA to that in the home. Yet, there are 3 males out there who could potentially be the killers of those college students. I am sick of these hearings going back and forth about technicalities and semantics. The prosecution has been running away from everything that I have requested. You can gabble down on me as you wish, but this has to stop right now. The next hearing I anticipate is for the prosecution to provide the court with surveillance footage from the neighbor's camera, unquote. Yeah, that would heat things up so fast, as Taylor decides to take charge in this case, instead of being, quote, gently bullied by the state.
Your Honor, we're here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Koberger to this case. They've alleged that there's a knife sheath that has DNA that they allege matches Brian Koberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years, facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrantless search. There's no justification for this search.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of inquiry.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is. And we think it is based on case law, third-party doctrine case law, that's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at an arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches. And there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with, I struggle, to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me, I guess, is I struggle with the idea that DNA left at a crime scene, that there's any expectation of privacy by someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be, as you say, searched without a warrant to establish identity.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think any of us can go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
Not go to a crime scene.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject of the trial. I think the Carpenter case is really instructive for the court here, and that case was about, third party with cell towers. And there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you went.
Everywhere?
I'm sorry?
Don't we leave fingerprints everywhere?
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that things like your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things. That's how you carry out your business. That's how you drive your car to go to the doctor. Your cell phone's hitting on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so different than they used to be now. It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything.
Now, this is a nice spot to attack the state. What type of DNA was left behind? It wasn't blood, obviously, like the other fucking males left behind after they murdered those housemates. Yeah, I said it because it's the reason they haven't been investigated. It wasn't saliva, it wasn't a fingerprint, it wasn't reported to be any form of bodily fluids, rather a single source of trace DNA. And trace DNA does not mean you were physically in a home where that DNA was collected. That's why it's called trace DNA. If the judge continues to put up the wall, then just counter it with the scientific evidence that proves trace DNA does not mean Kohberger was physically inside that home. What this does is forces the judge to be more optimistic about the totality of the case, because right now, he's a bit pessimistic and unwilling to budge. So the judge goes from rebuttals to everything Taylor states about the DNA, to taking time to ponder the various possibilities in relation to the DNA. Yep.
You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into 2 databases that they weren't permitted to search. So if the court wants to go clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't. The court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the 3 places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But if the court wants to go all the way down to whether or not there was a database searched where the people consented to have their DNA searched, our case is different. The FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those. There was nothing else happening until that happened. And it's instructive, I think, and important for the court to think about how secretive this all was. We are months from trial, and we are learning things about how the government identified Brian today in open court when we've asked for those things. There's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy. Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy left or not. The IGG evidence in this case should absolutely be suppressed.
I suspect the state's going to raise an issue that you may need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Taylor closed pretty well there. In conclusion, her focus on the violation of privacy translates to Koberger's DNA was used to frame him for the murders. We read between the lines, and I'm sure everyone in the courtroom came to the same conclusion. This goes back to the poster mentioning showing her hand. It's almost 3 years in. The prosecution already knows the defense's attack, because they're the opposing side with the frame. This is why we stated in our final episode, titled Prosecution in Peril, that they are sitting ducks, but Taylor has to pounce on them and not move timidly. The secrecy of the FBI's actions mean there is something to hide, of course. There shouldn't be anything to hide. Wait, let me flip it around. From the judge's perspective, in which he claims it's not a matter of violation of privacy if that person's DNA was discovered at the crime scene. Well, if there isn't a violation of privacy, or better yet not relevant, then why has the FBI concealed the IGG process then? If the defendant is guilty, and the defense wants the prosecution to show their work, yet they are being secretive about it, then they cheated. And in this context, cheating translates to Batman and even WSU Kim in Pullman, calling the FBI soon after the murders. The plot was to frame Koberger to protect the drug trafficking ring, who were responsible for the murders. Then the rest is history. You know how it all played out. Yes, I mentioned WSU Kim, because she stated she called the FBI later that day. Also, she had prior knowledge of Koberger, apparently, because she knew he taught in the classroom next to her sons. She claimed he was the mastermind. He had dirt on those housemates and all. This went in one ear and out the other, to most people, who deemed her a liar. But there are certain things she stated, such as that, which indicated Koberger was being targeted in Pullman. She mentioned how there were individuals at the home, and a quote, creeper as well. She stated that she called Moscow PD about a creeper, but this would be a vague description of a potential suspect, right? Meaning, that creeper was accompanied with a name, you see? The claim that Koberger had dirt on those housemates. Where is she getting this information from? Well, she seems like the parent, who eavesdrops on their children's conversations, you know. Gets all the spicy news within the college circle. So, of course, with drug trafficking, she knew that Koberger was aware of drug trafficking on those campuses. That's what she meant by he had dirt on those housemates. But the dirt was not something he intended on exposing. He just saw too much, you know. And when you see too much, criminals don't like that you are aware of what they try to keep discreet. And that type of person, being prying eyes who sees things that criminals don't want them to see, could also be described as what? You guessed it, a creeper. A term the college students may have given to those who are not a part of the criminal network, you see. Oh yeah, that's him. He drives a white Hyundai Elantra and stays in Steptoe Village. He goes to WSU and is a teacher assistant. He's making my customers nervous. We gotta do something about him. Don't you find it ironic that soon after the murders, Koberger was kicked out of WSU? Because WSU was in on the frame as well, we went over this. The FBI, oh yes, the dreaded FBI, notified WSU to plot up all these little scenarios that justified his teacher assistant termination, which resulted in him being incapable of paying for his college degree. We reviewed the allegations against him at WSU, and it was all fabricated nonsense. They alleged he would follow female students around, but then it was later debunked. It was to align with the creeper narrative, you see. We concluded that stoners and dealers on campus didn't like his strict persona. You have a trafficking triangle, being Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. These 3 states are where Bonnie and Clyde stomped around, and since we all know they were charged for the death of a college student's overdose, then, mysteriously, those charges were dropped. It's obvious those college campuses were the main source of drug trafficking. The University of Idaho perhaps wasn't as major because it's a smaller university and not nationally acknowledged like Oregon and even Washington State. But that makes it that much more appealing for the pushers, because they assume those students would want to experiment with drugs that they were not as familiar with, such as fentanyl. But who oversees all of this? That's right, the FBI. Don't think this is too elaborate. This is normal for the FBI. Covert operations, my friends. You wouldn't think something like that was being carried out at a university. And sure enough, WSU Kim stated both universities were a part of it. A part of what exactly? The drug trafficking? The murder cover-up? Or both? But I think she's a part of the frame with Batman. All of this will be exposed once that damn surveillance footage is released. We'll be right there to expose it as well. This is the chaos sector.
Okay. So that's that. If this Discord thing goes off one more time, I'm going to scream, scream, scream. Oops. I don't know why I just hit y'all. What? Oh yeah, Twiz wanted me to show y'all this picture. Not sure why, but Twiz, I'm not showing that picture. The one you're talking about, Frank, on, they can go to your community post and see it themselves. I'm not doing that. I'll put your community post in the thing. It's so fucking gross. Ugh. That's nasty. Yeah, that's exactly, yeah, yeah. That's what it looks like, let me tell you. That's not what it looks like. No, I don't watch South Park. I don't watch TV at all. I don't watch TV at all. I'm irritated. Not with y'all. There's Twiz's thing, y'all. Put the link in there. If y'all want to go see his community post with his, I don't know what that is. What the hell? Y'all, I don't see nothing else. And I don't know what else there is to talk about. So I'm fixing to get off this live. I don't know who Michael Grittner is. I'm getting irritated. Not with y'all, like I said. What's wrong with me? You're asking me that, please? Idiots, that's what's wrong with me. Folks that don't make. I know, it's about to get on my damn nerves. I'm fixing to close Discord out because it's making me mad. There. It's driving me crazy. Anyway. I'm just irritated with people. I will say this. I think words that are said to me make me just completely rethink what the fuck I had been thinking before. Just saying. I turned off the Discord beep. It's weird. I got off the Discord, I forgot. I've got to do these other two readings. I have to get in a different mindset that I'm in right now. Because right now I'm in choke-a-fucker mindset, so, you know. That's not going to work to do readings. What makes me rethink the way I feel about anybody when they say certain things to me. Learn that about myself too. Learn something new about myself every day. That's what's different this time. The words that were said to me, it just... This person would have said shit the last time, or the first time. I wouldn't be here right now. I mean, I would be on this live right now. I wouldn't be dealing with fuck shit. Did you get snow, Twiz? I ain't get no damn snow. I didn't have snow one time. I'm good. That's really nice, Twiz. I hate snow. Everybody knows what Twiz is. He'll answer you. Girl, everyone. I guess everyone in our little group. And the lurkers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Once was good enough, Carla. Go get snow. I don't want more damn snow. Thank you, Ms. Deb. I'm good. I'm actually, for real, I'm fucking actually really good. I'm just really pissy. But I'm fucking, I'm good. Third time's a charm. Quit giving her hope, because if she gets snow, more than likely I'm going to get snow. I don't want her snow. He said, it was my bad because I knew better. I don't know what the hell possessed over me. Like, I lost my mind for a little bit, that's all. I just went stupid, that's all. Completely, absolutely stupid. You don't mix your hobby or your getaway, the thing you really like doing with relationships. Like, that kind of you just don't do it. Just like you don't mix it with work, you don't do it with this neither. In fact, I won't never mix a relationship with anything again because I will never, ever, ever, ever have to worry about that. Ever. I would rather shoot a fucker than him come. Don't even say anything to me. Just miss me with all of it. That's what I say. The only males I speak to are Twiz and Kane. That's it. When it snows here, though, we don't have bread or anything in the store. You know, toilet paper, nothing, because these people, you know. Poor my I stay streaming just when people are talking, just because I don't have anything else to do, and it makes me not think about. Well, actually, I'm really not thinking about shit this time, but usually. No bread, no toilet paper. But this thing has probably saved me from getting you damn sure don't want nobody down here to drive in snow. Mercy. They'll be stuck somewhere. We're supposed to have tornadoes. Me and Carla both have tornado chances tomorrow. I forgot about that. Minnie, where do you live? I'm not driving in snow ever. I used to like cold weather until I got old and my body said it don't like it no more. So I used to love cold weather. I also used to get excited about things too. I don't know what that feels like neither. That's where Heather's at. So that means Heather's getting snow and how she loves snow. Not really. Heather loves me. And kill me. She don't. Well, that's good. I guess, Miss Deb. I would be scared. I would go sliding somewhere. Pregnant teen abducted in Arkansas, multi-state Amber Alert. What the hell? Hang on, y'all. Let's see if we can find this. Is this new? Grizzly True Crime has it on her thing. Whoops, shit. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, this has been going on. Pregnant teen last seen with 40-year-old. Well, that's great. Is that who she's pregnant by? Wow. And she couldn't even pick a cute 40-year-old. Good God. What the hell? Lord have mercy. Okay. He looks weird. Maybe she didn't pick him. Maybe he, whatever, but I'm saying. Some of these teen girls, though, they're saying she was abducted, but I wonder if she left with them. Which is still his fault because he shouldn't be fucking with a 16-year-old girl. Stupid. Fucking weirdos. 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 What the hell? Do they even know where? There's something wrong with this girl too, probably. These stupid dogs. Is the father of her unborn baby. Lord, have mercy on me. Okay. I mean, what the fuck is really going on here? I'm surprised they're even doing anything since she's 16, because a lot of states won't. That don't sound fun, Miss Deb. Yeah, he is the baby's father. I mean, her parents didn't make some kind of arrangement, like, they should have known. I don't understand. But it makes me wonder, were they still letting them see each other? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why a 40-year-old would want to mess with a 16-year-old. That's so weird. That's so weird.
Go now. Yeah.
Anyway, are you awake?
Yeah.
Jesus. Her parents didn't check with her friend? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me shut up. How do you not know? You didn't call the friend's house to make sure she was staying there? Like, my mama would let me any damn way. Her parents let her see that man. That's my opinion. Because that's stupid right there. Secretly live with a guy for 6 months while her parents thought she was staying at a friend's house. For 6 fucking months, they just let her stay? Wow. Anyway. That just makes all the sense in the world, let me tell you. I don't give a shit when I was 17. My mama knew what I was doing. She knew when I farted. I don't give a damn. And she literally was on full oxygen, breathing with 8% of her lung. I bet you she knew what I was doing. I mean, maybe not every minute of the day, but I'm saying, though, I wouldn't have been somewhere 6 months, and that's stupid. I'm sorry. They letting that girl see that man. Either they can't stop her, one of the two. But usually when they're 16, they won't even go after them. But if she has something wrong with her or something, any kind of disability, they will, usually. But that is, anyway. And why is he not in jail? If that's the baby's daddy, why is he not in jail? Her parents didn't press charge. See, this is too... He wouldn't have been able to get her because he would be in jail. Like, why? What? So, in my opinion, they let her whatever because the man's not in jail. So they just, whatever. My opinion, though. There's no way. So they just didn't press charge. I really would like to know. They just didn't press charges? What the hell kind of executive orders is Trump doing now? Okay, everybody in chat, if your daughter was dating a 40-year-old and was pregnant by him, would you not press charges? Now they're hollering he done abducted her. She's 16. Okay, Miss Deb, talk to you later. You too. Thank you, Miss Deb. I'm good. I really am. Like, this time I can't even... I don't know. It could be a fluke. It could be just a minute that I'm okay and later I won't be. I doubt it. I'll just read this shit some more and it'll piss me off and I'll be fine. Not my loss anyway. I ain't perfect, but it is hard to find somebody you can fucking trust and they'll tell you the truth. So, yeah, my parents would have flipped out. He'd be in jail. He wouldn't be able to abduct me, that's for sure. He would be in jail. So, I wonder if... Never mind, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that neither. Anyway, that's a long story with that, but it's not, anyway. But her parents, she was gone for 6 months, supposedly staying with friends, and she was with that man. So her parents did not check for 6 months to see where she was, talk to those friends' parents or nothing. I mean, but now they're worried about her being gone with them. I'm confused. Not that she needs to be gone with them. That's not what I'm saying, but she was with them for 6 months. Her parents didn't verify. They just let their 16-year-old stay with somebody for 6 months and not. Okay. Maybe, I mean, my mama was overprotective, but I just don't understand. I am stupid, though, you know, as I say. I'm really not. I'm just saying that. I'll just drop this card. Oh, and I can't see shit. And wherever it went. Her parents didn't even find her. Like, they just saw she was with friends, and so they didn't call to check on their 6 months. It's not normal for a 16-year-old to stay at a friend's house for 6 months, is it? Or am I, you know, just don't know what's going on? But she's pregnant by him, so why is he not in jail? Why did somebody else, like the whatever they call it, DFACS there, DHR, Child Protective Services, whatever, they usually would get involved and press charges. So I'm really confused at what's going on here. And didn't check in the friend to make sure that's where she was staying, didn't check with the parents or anything? Just she staying with a friend for 6 months? That's normal, not. I think her parents knew where she was. Allegedly, my opinion, not fact. And the only reason they called and said somebody that man abducted that girl is because if she ain't in school, they would probably get in trouble. Allegedly, my opinion. But I'm trying to figure out where DFACS is, because they get involved in everybody else's shit. Child Protective Services, halftime when they don't need to. But this 16-year-old girl is running around pregnant by a 40-year-old man, and ain't nobody doing nothing. That's the way we work around here. That's just awesome. Why not? Why not? That's so fucking gross. Ugh. I would never. When I was 16-year-old, I swear to God, when I was 20, if he was 40, I would swear I was being molested, and if I was of age. Hell no. I wouldn't have done it. I would not have done it. I don't give a shit. No way. But some girls that are really insecure with themselves, I mean, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how the parents are not. Never mind. I'm so confused. For less than this, these fuckers come up in your house, pronounce your kid's name wrong, do everything else, and harass you for years on end, if they ever stop. But a 16-year-old girl is pregnant with a 40-year-old man's baby, and DFACS ain't all up in her house. Done took that man to jail, asking her parents always quit. Like, is there something wrong with the situation? I'm just saying. Just saying. Shit. Anyway. I know, that's what I'm saying. And literally, whenever a teenager gets pregnant, the first thing they do is call fucking Child Protective Services, whether it's whatever, like, but this girl was good. I mean, anyway, I can't. And it's the parents' fault that she's even with the man, because for 6 months, their kid was living with a friend. They didn't even check. Clearly, they did not check. And why would you let your kid live with her friend for 6 months? What's really going on there? That is not fucking normal. Anyway, I ain't gonna say what I think, but and I don't even know how they're saying abducted. I'm not being mean, but if she voluntarily went with him, he didn't abduct her. She is 16, and in most states, that's not like, it's still illegal, but I'm saying though, she voluntarily went with him. There's something wrong with this whole situation. Like, there's something very off with that whole situation. It's very weird. If somebody would have been doing their job at first, then the man would be in jail and wouldn't have been able to abduct her to begin with. I don't know. I'm saying, though, that I don't know. In some states, 16 is still, like, I think 16, but I still think it would be whatever, because he's way too much older than her. And 16 in Alabama, like, it used to be, if you're dating a 20-year-old, it's not called statutory rape, but if they're 4 years, I can't remember, but anyways, it's weird. But usually when they're 16 and they run away, like in Alabama, they will look a little bit, but they consider you basically, you 16, you made your choice to run away. As long as you're 16 or older, they will look, but they don't freak out. Oh, well, if the age of consent is 16 in Arkansas, how can they say he abducted her? That's what I was thinking. If he wasn't in jail, so how the fuck are they saying he abducted her? Couldn't she have just went with him? I mean, he could have abducted her if she didn't want to be with him. Maybe that's the case, but if that's the case, they should have known that there was a danger. And, well, I don't know why we think they'd protect her anyway if she wouldn't stay with a friend for fucking 6 months and nobody didn't know where she was. For real. See, that's what I'm wondering. If she had some disabilities, then age of consent at 16 is not going to be the same. Or shouldn't be. But none of that makes sense. Like, fuck, he's got some disabilities. He's 40 years old fucking with a 16-year-old. I mean, shit, there's something wrong with him. And I'm not trying to blame the parent. I'm just saying, your kid went to stay with her friends for 6 months. You didn't think you needed to... I mean, that's just wild to me. I guess. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to spend the night, but with like 3 different people. At 18 years old, like, my mama had to know their whole family just about. Shit. These folks. I'm not playing. I know. You just let your kid go stay with some friend for 6 months? Do you even know what fucking friend she was with? Clearly. She ran out the back door of that man's house, and I guess the neighbors called the cops, and then the police took her to her mama's and her parents' house. They weren't looking for her. So confused. I hope the girl was not abducted. I mean, I hope she did go on her own, because she's safer if she went on her own, you know what I mean, and wanted to go, than if he abducted her. Yeah, that's what I said. There's got to be more. Because I guess that neighbor saw a young girl come out of the house and didn't know how old she was and knew that man was there. But I wonder if he is a registered, well, if he was a registered sex offender, then he should, I don't know, y'all. The story just ain't quack-a-lacking up to me. It just ain't. And I don't know how age of consent is 16 for a 40-year-old. Like, I could see if she was dating a 20-year-old or something, or 21 and under, but a damn 40-year-old? They might as well make legal age 16. If she can consent to, I mean, that's, can't. Most 16-year-old girls do not have the capacity to, I mean, a lot of girls wouldn't do it. I wouldn't have done it when I was 16, because I've been like, oh, 40. But I'm saying, like, I don't understand. I just don't understand. Age of consent for 21 and under, I could see being 16. But age of consent and the man's 40, why would a 16-year-old girl want to be with a 40-year-old? There's something wrong there. So that should not be. It's just flipping weird. That just baffles me. What do you mean depends on the 40-year-old? I would not have dated a 40-year-old. I don't give a shit what he looked like when I was 16. I'd have been like, ugh, 40. That's what I would have been like. What the fuck? I probably would have cussed him out. Hell, nasty. But I was weird, so, you know. I wouldn't date anybody really when I was a teenager. I was mean to all of them. Because all they did was talk about who they could get in bed and then how many of their friends they could get in bed. And I wasn't going to be a victim of all that. I told them they wouldn't get in my pants, and then I just went on. I was a smart ass too. This guy kept on wanting to go out with me or whatever, and I don't remember who. Anyways, I told him we would go to dinner. I gave him my phone number and told me to call me when he was eating. That was about as close as we was getting. That was mean. So. We don't know if she's been held against her will or not. We don't know if she left with him voluntarily or if she really was like, you know. And I don't care what her parents say. I don't know if we know that they know, because they didn't know where she was for 6 months, where she was supposed to be with a friend staying, and you just let your 16-year-old go live with her friend for 6 months like it's normal. And don't ever check to see. That's what I'm saying. If they have abduction charges, then why don't they have him charged for? Because if it's consent at 16, then I don't understand. But he's not being charged for her being pregnant by him. So they give him abduction charges, but they don't charge. I mean, the fuck. They got some fucked up laws there, probably. Yeah, they got their laws are screwed up or something, because that makes no sense. I mean, you can get charged with abducting an adult. Adult can be charged with abducting another adult, but I think to abduct them, you have to take it. Well, maybe that's kidnap. Fuck, what's the difference in abduction and kidnapping? Wait a minute. Is there a difference? I thought abduction was for, yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. If I want to abduct me, they'd bring me back. Kill me one. One of the two. Let me see what the difference in abduction and kidnapping is, because I really don't know. Okay. Interchangeably. Kidnapping cases often include no force or deception, and the victim is usually willing or complicit because the kidnapping party is known to. What? What? Let me read this again. So when you kidnap somebody, there is no resistance. When you abduct somebody, it's considered they're in danger, basically. Wait a minute. Okay, when kidnapped, they changed it. When a person is kidnapped, he or she has been taken against his or her own will, usually through forcible means, by threats against him or her in some way of deceit. This is often intent by the perpetrator that, okay. While other crimes may occur with the act of abduction. Lord have mercy. Okay, this is some weird shit. I guess they're saying like abduction people are usually gagged or blindfolded. Kidnap people are taken against their own will, but yeah, these definitions are wild to me. Let me see. I don't understand. Abduction is the unlawful interference with a family relationship, such as taking of a child from its parent, irrespective of whenever the person abducted consents or not. Okay. So if you're abducted, whether you consent or not, they still are called abduction. Jesus Lord. Okay. Kidnapping is the taking or detention of a person against his or her own will and without lawful authority. Abduction is the criminal taking away a person by persuasion, by fraud, or by open force or violence. Lord have mercy. Okay. These people have different meanings of this. Okay, no, kidnap is more about them being hurt. Abduction is when the victim is usually not physically harmed, but it can be taken against their will or not taken against their will. It can be both. And it depends on the jurisdiction too, so whatever Arkansas law is about kidnapping and abduction, I don't know. That's some weird shit. Yeah, and Arkansas probably has different laws against kidnapping and all that. And that's what I'm saying. You're good, Meg. If they're going to charge the man for abduction, but they did not charge him for the 16-year-old being pregnant with his baby, I don't understand. So they're gonna, Jesus. I'm sorry. That just don't make sense to me. I can't. That's crazy to me. Okay, y'all, I'm fixing y'all from here. We've been streaming. I don't even know how long. I've been just sitting here. Y'all just been sitting here with me like, thank you. Like, y'all don't have nothing to do. I'm sorry. We ain't even talk. We talked about some stuff, but not nothing, I'm going to try to get these other readings done. I'm going to attempt to. As long as I can stay in the mindset I'm in right this second, I can probably do it, but if I come out of this mindset, I don't know. But I'm trying not to, so we shall see. So yeah, she wanted to be with a man. Why not let her be? Y'all ain't gonna put him in jail for anyway. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying that they ain't put the man in jail for her being pregnant by him. That's a baby's daddy. What the fuck they think's gonna happen? Anyway. I don't understand. I don't even want to look at Arkansas law because it'll probably make me mad. So, anyway. Okay, I'm fixing to get off from here. Hopefully somebody interesting will be live or something, because I know this probably was not the most entertaining, but I had fun. So I'll probably go live tomorrow or Sunday or something, because I probably have to get my mind off of bullshit, so I probably will. But until then, I'm going to try to do these readings and I'll get them out. And I'll see y'all later. Thank you, Meanie. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for listening to me bitch about people. Well, it wasn't just about, literally. I was talking about any relationship, but you know. But, bye, Kiki. But I will see y'all probably this weekend.